Hello, I'd like to start the convene the Single Family Design Board for November 22nd, 2021. May I have roll call, please?
Thank you, and I'll start roll call. Chair Miller,
Here.
Vice Chair Kalas,
Here.
Board Member Arakelian,
Here.
Board Member Klein,
Here.
Board Member Motisha,
Here.
Board Member Ziegler.
Here.
Thank you, we have a quorum.
Okay, moving to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within the jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for the public discussion. Ted, did we get anyone who would like to speak or wrote in?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you're attending by webinar and would like to give oral public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. And Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for items not on today's agenda?
Thank you, we did not receive any general public comments.
All right, thank you. I do see a number of people in the audience, but nobody's raising their hand. So Mr. Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the approval of the minutes for the Single Family Design Board for November 8th, 2021. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I'll move.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Let's go through the items, please. 3333 Braemar Drive. (105) Mesa Lane. (934) East Haley Street. (20) El Prado Place.
Chair Miller, I'm sorry. I was having problems finding my control panel so that I could speak. But I do have, I think there's a point of clarification that needs to be made on the Haley Street item.
Okay.
When we were making those, when we were making our motion, there was some confusion between north, south, and east, west on that project. And I think it would be helpful if under item 5 of the comments or the motion, that some clarifying verbiage be placed in there. Because the applicant had the north arrow at 45 degrees to the site plan for this project, we were having problems determining what was east versus west, north, south. So when the comment was made in regards to this, I think it would have been clearer if we had stated that some members preferred that the floor plan be flipped, quote, so that the deck and entry would both be on the north elevation.
Which item are you talking to in particular here? Which
number? This is the Haley Street item, and it's number 5 of our
number
motion.
5. Okay, great.
And that is not exactly the way it was stated in the motion, but I believe that was the intent.
Okay, could you, I'm sorry, Board Member Kalas, could you repeat what you think the verbiage should be correctly, how it should be written?
I think it should say something to the nature that some board members felt that that the floor plan should be flipped so that the deck and entry would both be on the north elevation.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fennessy, did you get that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
That was the only comment I had. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's move on to the next item, please. 520 El Prado Place. 925 Jimeno Road. That was a long day. Whew. Okay, seeing that's the last item on the agenda, can I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes?
Board Member Ara Kellyan,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving on to item C, approval of the consent calendar for November 15th. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I'll move.
May I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Ted, could we go through the items, please? I didn't say your last name because I forgot what it was. Hamilton.
It's Hamilton. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Let's see. Are we on the November 15th minutes here?
Yes, November
we are.
15th.
Thank you. So the reviewers at the November 15th consent calendar were board members Klein and Motisha. Item A, 1049 and Alameda Padre Serra. Motion was for final approval with comments, and the minor zoning criteria were met. Item B, 1308 Cacique Street. Motion was for final approval with the comment the project is in substantial conformance to the PDA plans. And item C, 807 Sima Linda Lane. And the motion was for project design approval and final approval with comments. And I believe that concludes the consent calendar for the 15th.
All right, thank you. And who were at the board at that day?
That was board members Klein and Motisha.
All right, great, thank you. All right, let's move on to today's consent calendar for November 22nd, 2021, 22nd. May I have a motion for approval, please?
I'll move.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, if we can go through the items, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, on today's consent calendar. Oh, hold on just one moment. I don't think I have the right document.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, I apologize. We also need to vote on the previous
Oh, yes.
minutes. So
Yeah,
while we
we
vote, I will find the minutes from today. I was not at that hearing. I apologize.
Perfect. Okay, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll just start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes?
Board Member Ara Kellyan,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, Mr. Chair, I think we're ready for today's consent calendar now.
Okay, we could go through those motions or items. That'd be great.
All right.
We have Go on.
At today's consent calendar, the board members who reviewed, looks like it was just board member Motisha flying solo.
All right.
Item A for 959 Medio Road. The project received project design approval and final approval with comments. And then item B, 650 Juanita Ave. The motion was for project design approval for return to consent for final approval with comments. And item C, 2007 Gillespie Street. The motion was for project design approval for return to consent for final approval with comments. I believe that concludes the consent calendar for today.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes?
Board Member Ara Callion,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants or continuances and withdrawals or future agenda items and appeals. Mr. Hamilton, do we have any of those?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are no announcements from staff that I'm aware of, unless Ms. Unzueta or another person listening from staff has any. Getting confirmation, there are no announcements. So if anyone else does, we'll hear them.
Yeah, I have one question, but real quick, does anyone on the board need to recuse themselves for any of the projects coming up today?
Yes, I do. I will be recusing myself from, I believe it's item 2 on Mission Ridge Road. I think it's 628 Mission Ridge, if I recall properly.
Okay. All right. And also,
That's due to a location conflict with my home. It has nothing to do with my involvement in the project.
okay, thank you. The other question I have is, has everyone been reviewed the public comments we've been getting for all the different projects? Are you guys reading these?
Yes.
It's really important that we, these emails are sent to us and it's neighbors' letters and feedback. So it's very critical you read those. And if you're not, let me know if you need help or support or get city staff to help you get those letters to you. So that's the only question I have. Anyway, do we have subcommittee reports? I don't think so.
I have a question for the board. Was anybody able to attend the discussion that took place with, I believe it's the ordinance committee, in regards to the adoption of SB 9 and 10? I was not able to attend that because of a conflict. And I'm just wondering if anybody was able to attend that, or if anybody could provide a summary of what the outcome was or what we need to be aware of.
I was same problem. I had a conflict. Mr. Hamilton, do you have any comments on that?
Chair Miller, unfortunately, not really. I know that the city is working with the city attorney's office on, figuring out exactly how SB 9 is going to fit in our ordinances. I see Ms. Unzueta popping on. I don't know if she has any more information than I do.
Unfortunately, board members, I don't. However, what I was going to offer is to send you the link for the video so that you can view the video, and that way you can be informed if you didn't have a chance to attend.
That would be very helpful. I'd love that. That'd be great.
That would be great, yeah.
All right. Then I think we could move on to our agenda items. Item number 1 is 36 Rincon Road. This is a continued item for concept review. Proposal for a demolition of an existing 2,225 square foot, 3-story single-family residence and construction of a new approximate 3,733 square foot, 3-story single-family residence and replacement of an existing garage with a new attached approximate 543 square foot 2-car garage with an approximate 40 square foot trash enclosure attached to the garage. The new garage would be located in the same place as the existing garage a new pool as proposed as part of the project. The project requires staff hearing officer review and approval of a front setback modification to allow the garage and trash enclosure to be located in the required front setback. An interior setback modification to allow the garage, trash enclosure, and a portion of the residential addition to be in the required interior setback. And an open yard modification to allow the required open yard within the secondary front yard. The proposed development total of 3,733 square foot on a 18,295 square foot lot is 85% of the maximum guideline FAR. No appealable action will be taken at this hearing. A staff memo has been prepared for this project. Project does require neighborhood preservation findings and hillside design district and slope lot findings. The project was last reviewed October 11th, 2021. Vice Chair Collas, do we have minutes that we could read into the record, please?
I think Mr. Hamilton just brought him up. So let's see, at the last meeting when this was seen, the motion was to continue the project indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. Item 1 was, the first comment was, the majority of the board feels that the style of the home in its present form is not compatible with the existing neighborhood. 2, the board feels that the standing seam metal roof is not appropriate. A 2-piece mission style roofing material is more appropriate because the surrounding homes have that same roofing material. Item 3, the board cannot support the modification of the garage location. The lot is large enough so that the need for a modification is to be restudied. The board believes that the south elevation looks too massive in terms of its view and surrounding areas. The board recommends significant study as to the elevation at which the main level is placed in order to reduce the sense of height and mass from the street level. The board suggests that the applicant study a 2-story instead of a 3-story residence. The motion was made by Miller, seconded by Collas. It passed 4-2 with Klein and Ziegler opposing. The motion carried.
All right, thank you. Hello, Ms. Sherry. If you'd like to go through the items, how you address these minutes, that'd be great.
And Chair Miller,
Yes,
Ms. Sherry,
please.
I apologize for the interruption. I just wanted to give a couple of brief comments.
Yes.
First, I am seeing a number of members of the public raising their hands and asking questions through the chat box here. The chat is not really monitored during this meeting, but we will have a public comment period for this project after the applicant gives their presentation. So please leave your hands raised or raise your hands during that period, and we will unmute you, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once that opportunity comes up. The other, I just wanted to introduce Stephanie Swanson. She's the case planner on this project. She will be here to help guide the board. All right, with that, Ms. Sherry, please go ahead.
Cannot
We
hear.
can't hear you, Ms.
Sherry,
Sherry.
we can't hear you. Oh, no, come back.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I've got a script, you guys, because I've got a lot to say in a short amount of time, and I think it's right out 15 minutes. So here we go. The first comment was about the style and the roofing material. Those were items 1 and 2. So if you could go to sheet 11 of the set. A couple of the board members commented that the standing seam metal roof wasn't appropriate for this street, and that all of the other homes on Rincon Vista were Spanish style. Is that sheet 11? Yeah, it is. Although we still very much want the standing seam roof and we feel it's appropriate for this style, if we can't get the majority of support, we don't want this issue to keep us from moving forward with the project. So we have submitted today, the drawings you're seeing show an alternative roofing material of slate, a dark gray slate. We also have a supplemental information, 4 sheets. If you turn to Exhibit A of that separate set, It's a separate submittal. It's probably at the end because I'm seeing 26 sheets. So our submittal's only, yeah, you're in it right now. So Exhibit A, yeah. We also drove the entire neighborhood again, including Rincon Vista. There are several other homes on the street that are not Spanish style, and I don't think that was made clear before. The very first house you see as you drive into the street is not. That house is the lower right image on this page. There's one further down, also to the left, that is not. That's the lower two images on the second column from the left. Yes. The last and possibly the most prominent home on the street at the end of the cul-de-sac is also not Spanish, and it has a standing seam metal roof. That's the image on the top second column, the red tile roof, the red, metal roof. We also looked at the other homes on the street that do have plaster and clay tile roofs, and several are not Spanish and have more modern 70s style massing and window fenestrations. And it's the left middle image on the left. So now go one page down. Yeah, that one. So now turn one page to Exhibit B. And look on the right. Ironically, the first two houses that our client sees when they walk out their front door are not Spanish style. That's that image right there. I'd also like to point out that this is a through lot running all the way to Los Alturas to the south, and it's making the home visible from and part of the Los Alturas streetscape as well. So now go back to Exhibit A. We took your comment to heart regarding the neighborhood, and we used the 42 homes that were originally noticed for this project that are within the 300 foot of the development. We calculated the percentage of homes that were Spanish style and those that were not. Of those, 52% are Spanish, 43% are not Spanish, but a mix of other styles. There's one undeveloped parcel and then our parcel. You can see the locations in the blue. Now go to page 2 of the supplemental, Exhibit B, the next page. The page 2 of the supplemental, so sorry, it'll be that 1B. There you go. These are examples of more contemporary homes in the immediate neighborhood of Los Alturas and other streets accessed directly from Los Alturas, some of which have been recently approved by the SFDB and are still under construction. Some of these examples are more closer to the style we're proposing, that of more of a clean farmhouse style, cottage style. Now go to the next page, Exhibit C. One suggestion from a board member in the first review is to consider sandstone as a material that would be in keeping with the neighborhood. We were actually hearing conflicting opinions regarding the use of sandstone, but we looked again at this material to make sure that we thought it was appropriate, and we do feel it is very appropriate and it's in keeping with and compatible with the neighborhood. You can see on this page that the use of sandstone is very prolific throughout the Riviera neighborhood, and the most common use is either at the street as a part of a structure itself or as a retaining wall. And as we all know, retaining walls are an integral part of the Riviera because the homes are on very steep slopes, some of them. The use of sandstone keeps the walls blending into the hill because much of the Riviera is actually composed of this natural stone. And it's one of the major contributing components to the charm of the Santa Barbara Riviera. But if the board feels that the sandstone might not be the best material for the entire wall of the garage, we're open to and actually support a reduction in the amount of stone at this garage element, possibly using it only as a base component only. And I would like the board's comments on that as they make their comments. So number 2 of your comments was mod supportability. If you go back to page 2 of the original submittal, which is T 2.0 or the site plan, yes. I wanted to remind the board that the existing garage is directly on the street with the garage door facing the street, along with a bedroom, a full bath, a hallway, and stairs. All but the garage is being removed as part of our proposal. 2 years ago, as part of the first look at this project, we were asked by the owners to first study ways to keep the existing house, but to find a way to eliminate the 6 or 7 levels of the house so that you could actually function and live in the house, especially as one gets older. Adam Sibbons was retained to verify the condition of the existing structure and the foundation. Adam's report includes an extensive list of repairs to the existing retaining walls that would require excavating the entire length of the front wall, the front retaining walls, to correct drainage by the addition of new French drains. And the report also requires extensive repairs to many of the retaining walls themselves. So with this requirement and the fact that the house could not be made one or close to one level, we decided to look at options for replacing the residence. Now go all the way to the end to Exhibit D of the set, close to the end, page 20 something, right there. So we really wanted the project to not require any mods at all, and a project that was 100% conforming in every aspect, including setbacks. And this page illustrates only some of the many options we studied. This study was not taken lightly, and several weeks went into this, looking at any way we could to get the driveway to work on the site and have everything conforming to setbacks. A driveway that meets maximum slopes, turning radiuses, and required turnaround is not possible. Additionally, pushing the house west, that was a suggestion that the board made last time. Even if we could get it from a slope standpoint, would increase the massing to be in front of the westerly neighbor and would also exceed the height limit. Keeping the house in virtually the same placement maintains views and is in keeping with the existing grading on the site. We realized that the existing property was developed that way because of this challenge. So we met with planning regarding maintaining the location of the existing garage after all of these options were completed. So that this was in an effort to keep all the vehicular maneuvering on site at the top of the property, close to where it is now. By flipping the garage door 90 degrees and dropping the finished floor of the garage by 1 foot, we can make a garage that actually works on the site and that doesn't back out onto the street. We were able to accomplish this by demolishing all of the square footage except the garage to provide that maneuverability. As you know, it's a really common approach to site design on the Riviera, and almost all of the homes built on the south side of any street have garages backing directly out onto the street. We are now correcting a safety hazard and providing a conforming condition of heading out into the street. Items 4 and 5 of your comments were regarding the south elevation, height, and massing. Please do turn to page 11 of the set, and particularly the lower left image. The first time this project came to the board, there were no comments made about the placing of the house on the site at all. The audio reflects comments such as, and I'm quoting board members here because we re-listened to the audio. The design and style are very good, I like it. Another member, I like it. Another said, I like that the house is setting back from the street. Another said massing, size, bulk, and scale seem appropriate. And yet another said the general configuration is acceptable. There was a comment in the motion relative to the grading amounts, and we agreed that the reduction of grading was very important. As I know, I keep reminding everyone, this house is on a very steep slope. Retaining walls are required. It's the manner in which the walls are placed and integrated into the slope that is the key to good hillside design. Key elements such as extensive landscaping, this property currently has very minimal landscaping, reducing apparent mass and stepping the massing down the hill are encouraged, as well as reducing retaining wall heights and using materials that are blending into the landscape. Please turn to page 4 of the supplemental drawings, which is Exhibit D. And specifically, zoom in on the third photo down on the right margin. Yes, This is the photo simulation that we generated for the uphill neighbor. We were able to access their home to assess the views from their balcony and their living room with an even further reduction in roof height that resulted from this exercise. The garage finished floor lower by 1 foot, massaging the stepped retaining walls and further enhancing the lower site development. We have been able to reduce the fill from 2,500 cubic yards to 420 cubic yards. Please turn to page 4 of the main submittal and zoom in on the upper section. Here you can see the existing house in red and the proposed, it's light red, and the proposed house in the black ink. You can see that the proposed finished floor of the main level is only 2 feet 2 inches above the existing finished floor level. That's the notation to the left of your screen in blue. You can also see in this photo the 30-foot maximum height, the red line above the house. Now please go to page 12 of the submittal. By keeping the same general massing as the original house with the 2-story facing the street, we're able to provide a relief on the south elevation. That's the upper left-hand rendering, because the bedrooms are set back from the south face of that south elevation. This improves the apparent mass as viewed from the city. The pool and the pool walls provide the gradually terraced walls, and the pool is allowed to be accessed close to the main living area, not as close as we would like, but still visible. The last item on your comments was to suggest a 2-story house in lieu of a 3-story. And there is actually only 1 room at a different level than the 2 levels of this house. It's on the southeast corner below the kitchen, and it facilitates to soften the transition to the grade, and because that's the steepest portion of the site. You could see that on, I don't know what happened to the drawing. Yeah, now go 1 page up to go to page 11. There, and then, so if it hasn't been obvious, we've taken this project really seriously. We told our clients from the very beginning of the project that the design and placing of the house appropriate to the site, as well as neighborhood board and staff support, was imperative, and the site was challenging. I want to remind the board that we have left no stone unturned looking for the best solution, knowing that in order for us to get approval, MPO findings would need to be made. We told our clients this, and we studied each one in depth. I know you already know what they are, but we had to do this exercise again for our benefit, so I wanted to just briefly summarize the findings. Number 1, consistency in appearance. Although this house is not Spanish or Mediterranean, neither are close to 50% of the homes in this neighborhood. SFDB guidelines encourage variations in style. The style is consistent with the other styles in the neighborhood. We still very much want the metal roof for the clean lines it offers, fire protection, solar panel ease of installation and weight, and we feel the material is also consistent with the neighborhood. Number 2, compatibility, size, bulk, and scale. The development is in essentially the same placement and massing as the original development, and even sits further back from the street than the original, and is even lower in height in some places. Retaining walls have been strategically designed to mitigate heights and facilitate a smooth transition down the slope. Number 3, quality materials have been incorporated and maintain the natural appearance on the hillside. Number 4, trees are not being proposed to be removed, and significant additional landscaping is proposed. 4 large screen trees, live oaks, 3 additional screen trees, as well as 10 orchard trees. Health, safety, and welfare are being improved by the retaining walls, stabilizing the current barren slope, somewhat barren slope. The unsafe structure according to Adam Simmons' report, is being removed. The garage is being reoriented so that street traffic is not affected by vehicles backing out onto Rincon Vista anymore. Number 6, every immediate neighbor was contacted and met with about this project, and maintaining the views from neighboring properties was extensively studied and taken into consideration. Number 7, public views are maintained and scenic views to and from the property have been maintained. There are 2 additional hillside findings that need to be made. The first one is the natural topography. It's being protected because the house is essentially at the same location as the existing house. Number 2, the building scale is virtually the same and new retaining walls step down the hill. The house is under the maximum 30 feet and even more so in some locations, more so than the original. The apparent massing is appropriate and successful and is augmented by the use of sandstone walls and dense landscaping. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
I left Jonathan, he makes these noises. Thank you
I
very
was
much.
wondering what that was.
Ted, did we have any public comment, please?
Thank you, Chair Miller. I do see a number of members of the public with their hands raised, so I'm going to read down the list here. And if you are attending this webinar and you wish to give comments on this project, please follow the instructions on screen to raise your hand. All right, I have Ashley Ritter, Charles Firestone, Denise Higgins, Fred Sweeney, Jerry Siegel, and I believe James Head, all wishing to speak. So Ashley Ritter, I'm going to start with you. Okay, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
I mean, I don't have too much to say. We're at 5 Rincon Vista on the corner, and we've seen the plans, we've met the neighbors, and we think it's going to be a big improvement from what's there. We're excited about it. We think it'll improve all of our property values, and it looks, I mean, after seeing that presentation, it really looks like they've taken the time to make sure the views are intact and make sure that the driving in and out of the street will be even improved. And so we're not at all opposed. In fact, we're very excited about the project. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, Charles Firestone. Okay, Charles Firestone, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. And you'll need to click your microphone button on your control panel to speak.
Sorry. Thank you. Patty and Charles Firestone, we live at 453 Las Alturas, which is below and across the street from the proposed site. We are supportive of the entire project. We think it will improve the neighborhood. I think Don Sherry explained the diversity of the houses on this neighborhood. We have a Japanese house. We did submit a letter, and we hope you will read it. It included several references, one of which is that it seemed that you were concerned about the massing of the house. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but if you were concerned about the view from Las Alturas, we think it's, one, an improvement, and secondly, very few people can actually see that house from Las Alturas as you're driving up. Mainly, we and our neighbors are about the only people who will actually see it from the south looking up, and we certainly think it would be a beautiful view and a beautiful site. Our main concern is really just the eroding of the street, of the hill that has gone into the road a little bit. And I think that their retainer walls and landscaping would actually improve the situation from what it is today. So we are fully supportive of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Denise Higgins. Okay, Denise Higgins, I've unmuted you. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity. I would echo the prior comments. Our family, we live on Las Alturas. We actually have 2 addresses. One is at 21 Rincon Vista, And our house is probably the least conforming in terms of, Santa Barbara aesthetic. Because I think of historic fires that have come through the neighborhood. We see the houses lining our streets throughout Las Alturas and Rincon Vista, and many parts of the Riviera are very different from one another. There really isn't a common theme, although we would, perhaps like to see that, and we understand it's part of the aesthetic of Santa Barbara. Frankly, our area and large part of the geography is not consistent. And so my comment and, request for consideration by the board is to consider the fairness, frankly, of asking this family to comply with a standard that really isn't met in our area. And that's point number one. And with my remaining 30 seconds, I would just echo the concerns for erosion. I think that the project shows significant improvement in the overall safety of the landscape and the neighborhood. The aesthetic of their design is lovely. We're excited about it. I think it will bring improvements to the value of the neighborhood overall. And then, just on a personal level, we have these wonderful, engaging neighbors who are committed, and we just wish to support them in fulfilling their dream. And that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Fred Sweeney. Fred Sweeney, I unmuted you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the board, as some of you may know, I'm a past member of this board, and I'd like to share a few general issues with you. One is, contrary to everyone's definition of neighborhood, at this point in time, there is, as I understand, not any objective standards for defining neighborhood. That's still very much a subjective decision of the board itself, not of the applicant, of the board. And so you all need to decide what defines the neighborhood. The other issue is, particularly on the Riviera, it's how the Riviera, not as it viewed from adjacent streets, because as people have pointed out, you can't see a lot of these sites from adjacent streets, but it's the city of Santa Barbara that views this hillside. You have to be very careful about the view that we as citizens all have to look when we look up to the Riviera. That's the issue here. And the other issue is the style. There are ways to do this house without pursuing the black and white approach that's currently being presented. And, there is adoption of excellent architecture, there's adoption of mediocre architecture, and there's adoption of one on the under that. Just because someone proposes a particular style doesn't mean it's the excellence found in that style. So I would encourage you to think very carefully about how this is engaged into the neighborhood as defined by you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So next up, I think I saw James Head's hand raised earlier, but I just want to check in with James Head here to see if he still wants to speak. James Head, if you can turn on your microphone and just confirm whether you want to give verbal public comment. I don't see your hand raised currently, but I saw it raised a few minutes ago.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a contractor, a retired contractor. I've been in business for well over 50 years. And my wife and I drove the neighborhood the other day and looked at the different styles of houses and the different styles of roofs. And after listening to Dawn present herself just now, I think she's done an exceptional job with every detail pertaining to this job. the use of materials, the stone walls, and metal roofs, I think, are an excellent choice for this neighborhood. The following addresses up the street on Las Alturas, 636, 638, 642, 646, and 50 are all recently built contemporary homes and with metal roofs. I think the proposed plans have done an excellent job in not obstructing the current neighbors' views and proposing landscaping will enhance and blend into this beautiful neighborhood terrain. I think the new proposed home will sit exactly where the existing house sits. Personally, I would be proud to have this house in my neighborhood and have Dave and Jan Sims as my neighbors. And in my 50 years as a contractor, that Don has done a commendable job designing this beautiful home. This house has been 2 years in drafting solid architectural plans, and I think Don's done another excellent job in bringing all these parts together. It takes an incredible amount of financial commitment to build a home in today's market, and I believe it's time to move forward and grant approval of this new remodel on Rincon Vista. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we do have two more commenters wishing to speak, Jerry Siegel and John Ritchie. Just as a reminder to anybody attending by webinar, you can request to speak by raising your hand, and you'll have 2 minutes. And as a reminder, you can only speak once, but if you do wish to speak, please raise your hand. All right, Jerry Siegel, I'm gonna unmute you, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I lived at 638 Las Alturas, which is the old Mills house. I'm sure you all know about Paul Mills, who was the director of the Museum of Art and built our house in the 88. In any event, the house burned down when we lived here in 2008, the Tea Fire, and we rebuilt. So I've been through this process and I'm familiar with it, and I have absolute respect for it. This particular project, the Sims house, I think I've gone over the plans with Dave and Jan, and I'm fully supportive of it. I think it's a beautiful addition to the neighborhood. And it's the idea that there are, this is sort of out of step with the neighborhood is just totally off base as far as I'm concerned. I had one particular concern, this whole issue about single seam metal roofs. We have a single seam metal roof, and I'm glad we do, because I'll tell you, I live directly above the Rincon Vista and the Sims house, and the winds up here several times a year are, I dare say, hurricane force, and they have ripped things off the roof. And I shudder to think what a Spanish tile roof would be like in that particular kind of windstorm up here. So to me, the single seam metal roof is the solution, not the problem. And I think the house is a terrific addition to the neighborhood. They've made a real effort to accommodate all these various competing concerns, and I would strongly urge approval. The Mills house, I fumbled the date, but it was built after the Sycamore Canyon fire in '82, I guess. And it doesn't look anything. It's a very modern house. It's very far from any Spanish style. And there are many other houses here. I love the diversity of the neighborhood, and I would encourage you to let them go ahead and build it. That's all.
All right, thank you. Okay, last up we have John Ritchie. Okay, John Ritchie, you are unmuted. Please click your mic button and go ahead.
This is John Ritchie. I live at 10 Rincon Vista. This is our third hearing and second written submission on the project. We are not trying to preserve the existing home, but rather we want to ensure that the new home meets the neighborhood aesthetic and conforms with the guidelines established by this board. The applicant materials in Exhibit A, which Don Sherry went over earlier, cite examples of 13 non-Spanish Mediterranean homes within 300 feet and calculates a 52% ratio for Spanish Mediterranean homes. 9 of those 13 homes were constructed before this board was established to oversee neighborhood aesthetics. We disagree with the assessment on number 5 and number 10 Rincon Vista. And additionally, there are 5 Spanish Mediterranean homes in the curve of Las Alturas where Loma Media meets within that 300-foot radius that were omitted. If you account for these adjustments in both the numerator and denominator, the ratio increases to 61% Spanish Mediterranean, not 52. I see you nodding your head no, Dawn. Red tile roofs do not solely constitute a Spanish Mediterranean architectural style, but it is an indicator. Our response includes an aerial view that is broader than 300 feet, and a simple glance at that aerial view shows the predominance of red tile roofs, indicating the predominance of style in the area. We are really unclear as to the role of this board and its approval, disapproval, relative to influencing the project and the outcome of the project. So Chairman Miller, if you have an opportunity to address that in your remarks, that would be appreciated. And then finally, in the last meeting, Chairman Miller also expressed his concern over the lack of appreciation for the city's architectural style and history. We share that concern, and we're frustrated that the board's feedback continues to be dismissed.
All right, thank you. And just a last call for any members of the public wishing to comment. If you're attending my webinar, please click the hand icon on your control panel. All right, and I don't see any new public commenters. So Ms. Fennessy, I'll just check with you to see if we have any written correspondence.
Thank you. We received 8 public comment letters that were distributed to the board prior to this meeting.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I believe that means we can close out public comment.
All right, thank you. Bringing it back to board for questions. Vice Chair Colas, do you have any questions, please?
Yes, I'd like to know on the east elevation, what is the maximum height of the sandstone, I'll call it base, relative to existing grade? So it looks like the maximum height would maybe be at the deck that is on the south side of the residence. Would that be, I'm assuming it would be somewhere in that location.
The maximum height of the proposed development?
No, the maximum height of the sandstone base, or I guess it would be the deck. So what is the elevation of the deck on the south side at the maximum condition relative to finished grade? What is the maximum delta?
If you go to the, it might be better if you're looking at the rendering right now, it might be better if you went to the building sections.
That'd be fine.
Which is earlier on in the set. It's on page 4, sheet 4, yeah. So it's hard to, you might want to zoom in on the wall on the left-hand side of the upper section to get an idea of the wall heights there. So, yeah, zooming in there. And if you go over to the left-hand side of the page, you can see the, so I think that our wall heights are, I don't think any of our wall heights exceed 6 feet, Leslie. Could try to, if you have another question, I can try to pull up the drawings and actually measure that. This is the downfall of Zoom.
Can we go back to the rendering then? Because they look like they far exceed 6 feet from that rendering. So I'm not understanding how we're arriving at 6 feet there.
Yeah, right there. It's
the
lower.
Sandstone base appears to be the full lower story plus plantings that retain below it. So it looks to me like it's approximately 10 maybe 14 to 16 feet in height. From what I'm seeing on that center mass.
Oh, you're talking about the covered patio?
Yes, the deck.
Yeah, that's not a retaining wall though. That is just the covered patio of that lower level room, that one lower level room. So that railing is 42 inches high. So the understory is probably 5.5, maybe 6 feet at the most, where the vines are growing up. And then the area underneath is 7. And then of course the floor of the kitchen deck above. So it's probably 9 feet plus
So
the
5.5
understory.
plus. Okay.
Yeah. That, by the way, is not visible from anywhere, and we're proposing dense landscaping in that corner. And that, by the way, if you remember from my presentation, is that area that is the steepest slope of the property, the very steepest.
Right. You had mentioned that in your presentation. Okay, so somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 feet, perhaps?
For that whole element, yeah.
Okay. How would you characterize, like if you were to use one architectural style to characterize what style this home is, how would you characterize this home in terms of its architectural style?
That's a really good question. I would call it California clean farmhouse, cottage. Yeah.
Was that the end? I wasn't sure whether there was another adjective coming.
I don't really like to look at architecture in terms of like to call it a style, but yeah, I would call it a clean farmhouse style, California farmhouse. How's that, Leslie?
Okay, and so where would you? And the reason I'm asking this is I'm trying to wrap my head around what this style is too. So is there an opportunity to make an argument for it or against it based on what is being presented in front of us from a stylistic standpoint? And so I'm trying, in my mind, I'm going, okay, we've got sandstone here, we've got some plaster, we've got some board and bat, we've got some very modern rails. Like there's a lot of different elements that are born of different styles going on here. And I'm trying to figure out how those relate to sort of what I will term our local vernacular. And so, because I think that's kind of what it is at the heart of this conversation, as well as, again, surrounding homes. So, which I'll get to in a second. But so if you were to say, I can point to a home that's pretty similar to this, somewhere in Santa Barbara, or somewhere on the Riviera would be even better, where would that be?
Well, if you go to Exhibit B of that toward the end of the submittal, it's one of the supplemental pages. Yeah, those are all similar type.
So can you point to one that you think is the best archetype that reflects this home, or that this home reflects?
Well, kind of the reason we put all of these in here is because they all, if you look at all of them, they all have characteristics that are similar to what we're proposing, and that's why I said that in my presentation. Probably the one on the lower, in the grouping in the lower right-hand corner is actually contemporary, but I don't consider ours contemporary. And if you zoom out and go up to the upper image in that grouping, in the middle, it's kind of in between those two. Again, I don't like to look at calling something a certain style. I don't necessarily think it needs to be called a certain style, but certainly the image on the, and then if you go to Exhibit C, the next page down, and you look at the second image, the second to the right-hand column, second image down, those are, you know, again, significant retaining walls. That, I wouldn't consider our style that, because that, in my opinion, is very contemporary. Or, you know,
I'm
even
very familiar with that. I drive by it every day. Those are brand new walls. They had a
this
failure
is a
there.
brand new house, by the way.
No, the house is not brand new in that. I drive by that every day. The house has been there. The stone walls were redone because there was a failure of their existing stone walls. That house has been there. It has not changed in the last 5 years.
Okay, so zoom out, and there's probably more on this page also that are, I don't know if I'm answering your question, but those are.
I think we're close enough, Ms. Sherry. I think we're close enough.
Thank you, Ms. Claus.
And then I think I was able to ascertain, trying to take a look at the elevation, because I had asked in a previous meeting what the elevation of the finished floor was relative to the existing. It looks like the home overall is about 15 inches at its ridge line over the existing. So there's not a significant increase in elevation. I don't disagree with that, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding exactly what the elevation of the existing first floor of the home is in relationship to what the existing first floor elevation is.
That's on sheet 4 of the submittal. And when I was going through my presentation, the notations on the left were cut off, so you couldn't read them. I asked to zoom in on them, but you could see the existing finished floor is noted there on the left, and the new finished floor is our baseline 0. The existing finished floor is 2 feet 2 inches below that existing.
Okay, so the existing finished floor is 2 feet 2 inches below, but the overall height that is increased based on the math that I've done is 15 inches. I think the existing is at 545.15 based on the survey, and the new is at 546.33. Can you confirm
Yeah, you
that?
can see it. You can see it if you zoom in on the gable on that section, that grid line 4. You can see the red outline of the existing height, and then you can see the new.
Right, I understand. It's just that it's a little bit difficult because you're not giving us actual elevations based on the survey. Rather, you're giving us absolutes off of an assumed 0. So it makes it difficult to move between the two documents.
Yeah, but the elevations were based on the survey. All of our information is based on the survey, so.
Okay, those were my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Arakelian, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
Am I correct that Ms. Sherry, you've said a lot of things in your presentation, and I kind of missed. Is that house, is the garage going to be set back from the street, from right at the street, or is it going to be left right at the street?
If you go to page 2, the submittal, yeah, the garage element, just the garage element is going to remain in the same location relative to the street, but instead of backing out onto Rincon Vista that the cars do now, because we're removing all of the bedroom and the hallway and the bathroom to the left of the garage, we're removing all that. You can see the short black dashed outline is the existing house. So a significant part of that short black dash line is the existing mass. So you're the one, yeah, you're the one that made the comment last time that you appreciated it being brought back, and that's that's why you made that comment, Joe, is because we're removing all that mass, and the only thing remaining is the 2-car garage, and we're flipping the garage door sideways so that we can now maneuver within the site.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any more questions. I'll save my comments till the comment time.
All right. Okay, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
In terms of the steel roof, what color would you be thinking of if we go that route?
A medium gray.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I got distracted with the text. Someone just canceled something. Okay, a couple questions I have. So you're adding parking to this project, is that correct, Ms. Sherry?
No, we're just changing the maneuverability of the access to the garage. We're not allowed to park in the setback. That area that you're seeing is backup only.
So how did people park in the original house?
They parked on the street and down at, I don't know, down at the end of the cul-de-sac. There's not a lot of parking on the street.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're adding a driveway. It says like you're adding adding off-street parking. Is that correct?
Not technically. The planner wouldn't allow me to say that. But if somebody, if Amazon or somebody drove up and wanted to deliver something, would they be able to get off the road? Yes. But technically, that area you see in the front yard setback is not supposed to be off-site parking because it's all in the front yard setback. But could somebody, yeah.
Got it. Okay. Oh, and as far as the style of the house, I'd call it ranch style modern. When you guys were talking about a style, I would call it ranch style modern.
That's good.
You could say ranch style California modern, but I'd say ranch style modern. Those are my only questions. I'll go back to comments. Board Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
Yeah, I went back to our design guidelines, and I guess, and I've read through the comments here, and I've driven the neighborhood a lot, and I don't disagree that there are a mix of styles on the Riviera, but when I drive Las Alturas, from the base of, where it meets APS, let's say, and I drive up and I just sort of let my eyes relax. There's a Mediterranean home here, there's a Mediterranean home here, there's a Mediterranean home here, and whoops, there's a completely contemporary Don Sharp home. And then there's a Mediterranean, and then there's a Mediterranean, and there's a Mediterranean, and there's, what Chair Miller would refer to as a, 1970s, 60s environmental genre. Ecology. That's what you call it. And then you drive and you drive, and then whoop, there's a cluster of 3 that happens to be at the turnout where the gentleman from 638 Las Alturas lives, that are a cluster of 3 modern residences that look like they were all designed by the same architect after one of the fires, because all the neighbors probably went in on it with the architect and said, can you design us 3 homes and we'll pay you a package deal? Okay, so there are anomalies, but if I let my eye blur and my brain relax, what I walk away with in this area, specifically if I look at the neighborhood of, let's say, Pueblo Vista and Las Alturas, and where Las Alturas meets Loma Media, and on Rincon Vista, the predominant architectural style is Mediterranean. So I will say that. I think that we as a board do need to define the neighborhood, because I don't know where this is going to go, and I think that we haven't done that yet. And while I think we can all agree that it's Rincon Vista, I think we need to agree as a board what constitutes the neighborhood that we are trying to look at. in order to drive this project. And that's probably one of the problems that we're having with this project, is that we don't have that defined. I disagree with the comment that was made by the neighbor who is below this in the Japanese style home, which is a very lovely home. I think it was Mr. Firestone that spoke, in his assertion that when you're driving Las Alturas, you don't even really see this home because it's at the top of the property. I completely disagree. It's prominent. It sits atop this large expanse of emptiness, as Ms. Sherry has alluded to, that it's pretty much devoid of vegetation right now. And it's very prominent, and it's very visible. And so I don't think that is an accurate assertion at all. In fact, if you go on Google Earth and you drop your pin on there, you can look right up the hill on Google Earth. So, and it is visible from down below. There's a direct sight line to the city. So I disagree with that. I'm concerned about the very stark white that's being proposed. I am frustrated that the applicant and the architect have not come back with a response to the board based on previous direction to review more historical ranch style designs for this home, because I do think that there's an opportunity to find a middle ground, but I feel like every time the project comes back to us, we're basically seeing the same thing with very, very slight modifications. And that they're not, that I want to parse my words carefully here because I respect you, Ms. Sherry, and your work, but I just don't, I feel like it's somewhat disingenuous and that there's not a lot of significant shifting going on here. If I looked at this project compared to the one that came before us initially, I don't think there's huge changes. I'm pleased that there's not significant changes relative to the elevation of the home and what the neighbors will be experiencing. And while all of the homes on Rincon Vista are not necessarily great Mediterranean homes, they've all made an effort to fit into the fabric of the neighborhood. Even the ones that are simple stucco with S tile or with mission tile, but they're simple stucco. Even the one at the end on Rincon Vista, the standing seam metal roof is still the same color as the mission style roofs in an effort to be compatible. And I just don't see that this home is compatible with the general fabric of the neighborhood. So I do think we need to define the neighborhood as a board. I would suggest that that be the homes below it, Pueblo Vista Road, the area near Loma Media, and where Rincon Vista meets Las Alturas. That's what I think is appropriate because most people approaching this home will be approaching it from below. They won't be driving down Las Alturas to get to it. I'm concerned about the extensive use of the sandstone. I think that the sandstone can be used successfully. I'd like to see more stucco on the house because I think there's more plaster in the neighborhood than there is board and bat. And I think there's some more study that needs to be done in terms of detailing. I do think that Cliff May, as suggested previously at one of our meetings, is an architect that one could look at. There was something I was looking at earlier today, one of his ranch homes, one of his earlier homes. I think it would be a great prototype for this house. Those are my only comments.
All right, thank you. Before we continue, I want to make clear to everyone on the board, because I got a little coaching from Ms. Irma Zueta, that all our comments have them framed based on the architectural guidelines. Try to refrain from saying whether you like it or dislike it. It's not about voting. It's about basing your design criteria on the design guidelines from the book. Just to make sure that it's clear that you're basing it on a guideline as opposed to your opinion. So just want to put that in there real quick. So moving
So
on.
on the heels of that, Mr. Miller,
Yeah.
I'd like to note that while the grading has been reduced on this project, it still stands at 420 net cubic yards. That's 42 to 54 truckloads off of this site.
Okay. As noted. Thank you. Board
Mr.
member Art
Chair?
Kelly. Yes, who's that? Oh, hi, Irma. Hi. Uh-oh.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you, Chair Miller, for reiterating our conversation that we had. Yes, I just wanted to make the point that when you're making your comments with respect to the project, they should be guided by your findings and your and the guidelines. So if you can make reference to why a project isn't compatible, it'd be good to indicate why it isn't compatible based on guidelines and findings. So thank you for that. And also the primary, or I shouldn't say the primary, but one of the primary reasons for being before you this afternoon is for comments back to the staff hearing officer with respect to the modifications that are being requested. So please be sure that you provide those comments as well. The memo that was submitted to you was for guidance on that. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So Mr. Miller, do you want me to go back and make my comments in a more specific manner related to guidelines?
I felt that what you said was appropriate. I didn't get that you were, I don't think so. I think you were fine.
Okay.
I wasn't saying that because of anything. It was just something I forgot I should have said in the beginning. So
I didn't, I don't listen to myself speak, so
it's your call, Ms. Colossus.
that's okay. I don't know if there's I will let you know how I feel about the modifications. I'd be willing to support an interior yard setback for the trash enclosures and appurtenant structures of that nature, just because I think that would be necessary as a result of the relationship to the street. I would not be in support of the modification for the garage to remain in its existing location because I do not think that it fits with the fabric of the street. Most all garages that are on the street set back significantly. And there was another, I think there was another request for modification of perhaps the staff member can help me with what that third one is that I'm not recalling right now.
Chair Miller, Board Member Kalas, the third modification is for open yard. If we could go to the overall site plan. Open yard is not allowed to be in a front yard. And unfortunately for this lot, it technically has two front yards. So it has Rincon Vista at the top of our screen here and then Las Alturas. And so that big gray box that you see at the bottom is the 1250 square feet of open yard. And it looks like a really typical proposal for open yard, but on a technicality, it's technically in a secondary front yard.
Where would you?
Can you explain to us, Ms. Swanson, where that is? Because I'm seeing the setback line shown from Las Alturas, and that appears to be within or within, outside. It appears to be in the area that is not part of the setback requirement.
So the issue here is yard, not setback. So technically, from the property line up to the back of the house is the secondary front yard.
Roger. Okay.
And so
gotcha.
just by nature of it being a through lot, there's nowhere to technically have 100% conforming open yard. And so if you were just looking at this from an aerial perspective, it looks like a completely normal open yard proposal. But when you really start looking at it and you realize, oh, off of Las Alturas, they have a front setback, that means that this is also a front yard. So that's
Okay.
what the third modification is.
Okay, thank you for that very important point of clarification. So, I can make a comment on that, and then I'll have another question for Stephanie. So I can support the open yard as shown in this location. So I can support that because I think that there's a hardship on the lot due to the two front yards and the through lot nature of the parcel. But I have a follow-up question for Stephanie on staff.
How can I help?
So, and this is looking towards the future. So this is a through lot that has access from both Rincon Vista as well as Las Alturas. And at the beginning of next year, there will be opportunity to split this lot ministerially, I would imagine. In that case, if the owner elected to do that, I'm assuming this open yard setback or this open yard requirement would remain a requirement that would limit this parcel's ability to split. Can you speak to that? I just want to make sure we're all clear about that. So in other words, if this person decided to split the lot and have entrance off of Las Alturas for the newly formed lot, this open yard requirement that's running with the residents above is going to limit development opportunities for the bottom of this lot. Is that correct?
Well, in that case, well, so first of all, I cannot speak with utmost confidence about SB 9 procedures and development standards because we have not implemented them yet. So that's my first little caveat. Second of all, that gray box, that 1250, it could have been drawn up by where the pool is, for instance. It's just on this particular site plan, on this particular submittal, there's 1250, it's there. So it's simply showing that the site meets the development standard and very clearly exceeds it. If they did go to split the lot, both lots would have to show the applicable development standards.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much. So that finalizes my comments. I was just trying to speak to the three mods. So
Okay.
no on garage, yes on open yard, yes on trash enclosures.
Thank you very much. Okay, Arakalian, Board Member Arakalian, do you have quick comments, please?
I do. I reviewed all the public comments that have been submitted. I have reviewed Ms. Swanson's memo. Although there are multiple architectural styles in this neighborhood, I believe the Spanish Mediterranean predominantly constitutes this neighborhood. And, you know, being a part of the hillside design area, I am conscious, as some of the public comments have indicated, that, you know, a lot of Santa Barbara is going to be viewing or is going to be looking up into, you know, the hills, and this is kind of part of their view. I am in support of the use of the stone. I believe that is aesthetically appropriate based on the neighborhood. Upon studying the magnitude of the proposed development and the architectural style given the surrounding neighborhood, and other reasons, I believe the proposed front yard setback modification poses aesthetic issues. However, I do not believe the proposed interior setback modification and open yard modification will not pose any aesthetic issues or inconsistencies. I'm in support of the open yard area as proposed. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, As previously, I believe I commented, I appreciate the significant reduction in grading for the site. I think that that's important for the hillside. The applicant studies of the neighborhood show that the majority of, it's not a significant majority that is Spanish. So per our guidelines, I do think that it is technically consistent since it isn't significantly Spanish. And the project, once again, as commented, fits within the topography of the site. I do think that more stucco would be consistent with a little bit more consistent with the neighborhood as the pictures showed. I do like the stone, but decreasing it with more stucco makes sense. And I think all the modifications do not significantly impact the neighborhood aesthetics or topography of the site. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I have some comments. I'm having a hard time seeing where everybody's talking about all this wood siding. I guess it's horizontal or vertical. I don't see it on what we're looking at right now. Oh, now I see it. Yes, okay. Okay. I like the stone. I do like the stone. I think it is I think it is in keeping with our guidelines for the Spanish Mediterranean and the hillside and the Riviera. And I appreciate, I think the comments that we've made before of taking the garage door and backing out of the garage door is appropriate. I mean, not appropriate, and what you've done with the driveway, and move the house back down the hill just a slight to provide the driveway and in the front of the house. But I don't, as far as size, bulk, and scale, this house has 4 elevations and they don't match to me. They're not the same style. They're completely different styles. Totally. On the upper right, you see lots of stone. The left, you see a 2-story cottage, broken up windows. On the lower left, you see a modern, and you're not going to see it from 1,000 feet in the air. You're going to look at it from down on Las Alturas, and what you look at is a modern flat roofed or flat eaved roofed house. And the west side that we're looking on the lower right is a completely different style than the rest of the house. So as far as size, bulk, and scale, it doesn't fit to our guidelines. And I think we made a comment before that that on the upper left elevation, the front elevation, we're looking at a garage that we're going to leave in the same place. Granted, you did move the garage door over 90 degrees to come in from the lot, but the garage does not follow the style of the front entrance of the house. The front entrance of the house is just broken up with a bunch of different roofs and a bunch of different sections put out. Yes. And then you just kind of threw in some vertical board and bat that it looks like our guidelines don't call for a Christmas wrapped building. That I would do better with my box of Christmas wrappings. The garage does not look like the house. Does not even close to looking like the house. The size, bulk, and the scale are completely different. And I kind of agree. I think our guidelines are follow what Board Member Kalas has said, that the area does not fit the neighborhood. And I know that there's 40, 44%, 43% of the houses in the area that resemble that. But there can be some massaging and a little bit of something to bring this house together as far as size, bulk, and scale to look more like what is represented in the neighborhood. And I know, I don't know, I would assume that we're getting all these agreements and everybody in the neighborhood likes it. But they're not architects, and they're not as educated as I think we are.
So careful. It's so personal. No, stop.
Stop. I will, hold a minute. I will back up a little bit.
Yeah, no. Just base it on the guidelines.
And just hold it a minute. Give me a little leeway to make a few mistakes. Yeah, and I agree that we asked for some major changes as far as the roof, the roof material. Yes, our guidelines in the past and now are allowing that to happen, from the Spanish style, two-piece Spanish style, to a metal roof, a standing seam metal roof. I think within our guidelines, we could allow a standing seam, a metal roof on this house if the house was a little bit more, as far as size, bulk, and scale, to match what is in the neighborhood. And let me see, I took down some notes. Let me see if I hit everything. Yeah, and the colors. I mean, we're looking at a very hard, heavy garage that has some heavy colors to it. And all of a sudden we move over to the right and we look at a color scheme that just doesn't match what the garage is. I think with some massages, this house could work, but if you pay attention to the size, bulk, and scale, and what the board has, comments that the board has made. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you continue, I'd just like again to reiterate that when you make your comments, please keep them to how this project is meeting or not meeting guidelines and findings. And also please be respectful of the applicant and the project. There's no reason to make it unpleasant. So I just want to let you know that if you stay with your comments being based on your findings, the guidelines, how they meet it, how they don't, and also we do need some comments with respect to the modifications. Thank you.
What was I missed the last, sorry.
We would like your comments with respect to the aesthetic appropriateness of the modifications being requested.
I have a question, a comment. You're asking us to, and I understand we should keep to the guidelines, but you're also asking us to make comments on the aesthetic of it. That's what this board has to do with aesthetics. But then we have to massage what we're saying based on the board's guidelines, based on the aesthetics that we as board members feel are not the right aesthetics. And aesthetics is artwork, not, I won't go any farther than that. I think I made my point.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think what Irma's trying to highlight or put a light on is this is not personal.
No, I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and so be careful when you make comments about people's education level, because I know a lot of highly educated architects that I feel that they're, we could go on, but that's not, we got to focus on this house. So anyway, moving on. Mr. Ziegler, hold it, they're done. Don, please. Thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
I have some comments. I live on Las Alturas. I walk it all the time. I look at the houses and there's no one consistent Mexican red tile roof style that's predominant. I think this style fits in very well with Las Alturas. Secondly, I think this would work very well with the metal seam roof. And I am very much in favor of that. It really works in a high fire zone, so I think that makes sense. And third, we've been talking about this one house for an hour and a half, and I think we've got to get a little bit more concise in what we're saying and move the projects along. We have a long day. Thank you.
All right. We should pay for people to watch this. Sorry. Okay, my comments. Ms. Sherry, first off, I want to just acknowledge you for your efforts and work on the drawings and your extremely diligent way of justifying and, giving examples of why you did what you did. I've been struggling with the style of this house as well in terms of its size, bulk, and scale, and the appropriateness to the neighborhood. I'll just say quickly, I can't support the standing seam metal roof. I think the gray shale tile is a far more softer approach to it. I think the metal frame is too industrial, especially if you're surrounded by Spanish homes. I think the slate will look a lot softer. Give it a, calm it down a little bit. I can't support the bright colors. I think you should do a more neutral color. I think reducing the stonework would be a major beneficial bit, especially in the garage. And yeah, the only thing I can say, Ms. Sherry, is that, we've been saying change the style, but you keep bringing the same one back and we're fighting it. And there's a lack of context to the style of this house. And Board Member Koloss was alluding to what style you were bringing this from. And it kind of surprises me that you really couldn't say. And I would say it's ranch style modern. This is, to me, looks like a ranch style modern. And so I was reviewing the minutes when we first reviewed this on October 11th, because one of the recommendations was to make it Spanish colonial. But item number 4 on the motion, and this actually comes from the letter that was written by Mr. Oh gosh, what's the name? Mr. I can't find their name. Anyway, now I can't find their name. Well, it was the last person who spoke. Item number 4, the board recommends the applicant consider modifying the nature or style of the home to be more reflective of Santa Barbara's Spanish colonial heritage and or a hybrid approach to a farmhouse ranch hacienda style. So I would say this is a hybrid approach to the hacienda ranch style. So you actually were going by our minutes. It isn't Spanish colonial. I also really appreciate the fact that you've got neighbors coming in and supporting you. I think it's critical that you get neighbors' involvement. But there's something else I really want to underline regarding the eclectic nature of the neighborhood. And this neighbor brought it up one of the letters, and it's something I think this board really needs to understand, is that the SFDB was created in 2007 to promote the general welfare and protect and preserve the city's natural historical charm. We were created because of the trend that these neighborhoods were becoming hodgepodge. And there was a big call in that time to not turn this into another, Malibu or whatever. And so that's kind of, when we're comparing these other homes that are not Spanish colonial, it's because they were probably, they were lucky. They didn't have to go before a design board. So, that's kind of the situation. So I can support the overall style of this home, even though it's kind of not, whatever. But I can't support the colors, and I can support the slate roof. So those are my only comments at this time. With that being said, they're here for comments only. I think we've got a very diverse range of opinions on this board. Would anyone be interested in tackling a motion, or do you want me to make a motion?
Chair Miller, could we take a straw vote perhaps on the modificate? Like perhaps we could just come up with a list of items and go through a straw vote for the architectural style, the modifications, whether we think we're meeting hillside guidelines. I mean, could we take a straw vote on those items in an attempt to move us towards a motion, or can we define the neighborhood? Because I think going forward, defining the neighborhood is critical. And I think that's our job as a board, to define the neighborhood.
All right, very good. So let's define the neighborhood. This is the problem. I don't have the drawings in front of me, so just being on Zoom, I'm kind of blind on what I'm just looking at this pretty picture in front of me, and I don't know. So who here would be comfortable to define the neighborhood?
I'm looking at Google Earth right now,
Okay,
or a Google map rather. I think the neighborhood would definitely be Rincon Vista, because
Okay.
that obviously gives access to the residents as well as the immediate adjacent parcels. I think it would be Las Alturas running west of Rincon Vista. So that it kind of does a loop towards Loma Media, and then it runs down Las Alturas. So I would say it would be Rincon Vista and Las Alturas down to and including Pueblo Vista. That's what I would recommend. Pueblo Vista is not seen on the map that we're shown, but it's the dead end street that's below the cutback, I guess you'd call it.
It's
You
near
see
Alisal.
Alisal Road there. It's the next one below Alisal.
Yeah.
okay. All right. So that will be our, should I have a straw vote for that, or is everyone comfortable with that? I think we're comfortable with that. Let's move on to the modifications.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I just have some guiding or information that I hope will guide you in making the motion for the modification. So I'd like to direct your attention to page 15 of the SFDB guidelines. There are guidelines in there that talk about how to make comments on modifications. And essentially it says what Ms. Unzueta said earlier, which is that the proposed modification is or is not aesthetically appropriate, and the modification poses or does not pose consistency issues with the applicable guidelines. So if you want to refer to that, I think that should help you make your motion there.
okay.
Oh, great, we have a slide. Excellent.
So the modification request for the open yard, is or is not aesthetically appropriate? Do we have who supports that? I'm giving a straw vote. All right. Show your hand, or so.
I guess you're gonna have to ask for yays,
Okay.
Chair Miller.
All right, for the open yard modification, how many supports that? Please say yes or no. Or
Yes.
yay.
Yay.
Yes.
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 Yes, I
Okay.
would support it because the 2 front yards.
And Chair Miller, for your for making straw votes, I would recommend that board members hold up their hands if they wish to vote yes, just to make it a little bit more clear who is voting. I think it would be kind of hard to follow just an audio track for when we're reviewing the minutes. So it may be good to retake that straw vote you just took and have everybody hold their hands up.
All right, please, who can support the open yard modification? Please show your hands. Okay, thank you. So that's unanimous, okay. Okay, the modification regarding the garage. Show your hands if you can support that. We have 1, 2.
I think Katie's hand is also raised, but it's hard to see because it's all kind of blending into the white behind her. I think that's 3.
I can support it
Yeah.
too, so 4.
And Chair Miller, I apologize. It looks like, at least I'm having some trouble seeing the screen. So it might be best if Ms. Fennessy just does a roll call.
There
She
you
offered
go.
to do it. I think that would help clear things up. Thank you.
Ms. Fennessy, could you please do a roll call for the modification for the garage, please?
Thank you. Yes, I can do the roll call for the garage modification. Vice Chair Kalas,
No, because it's not in keeping with the fabric of the neighborhood.
Board Member Ara Kalian,
No.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes, if the driveway is from the, not backing out on the street.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. That straw poll passed.
Okay. So what was the third modification?
It was an interior yard for the trash enclosures, if I recall properly.
Thank you. May I have a roll call for that, please? So could you repeat that, please, Leslie? Sorry.
Probably better to have staff do that, but I think it was an interior yard encroachment for the trash enclosure.
So I apologize. Ms. Sherry, can you show us where that is? I don't even remember talking about that.
I
Go
don't either.
to Page 2 of the submittal, I think it's page 2, the site plan. It's on the upper right-hand side of the page. It's where the trash is now,
Okay.
and there's no place for trash on this property. That's where it is. It's integral to the structure of the, proposed to be integral into the structure of the garage.
All right. Thank you. All right. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Ara Kalian,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes.
Okay. I think that pretty much so we've defined the neighborhood. We've cleared up the modification. So I think we have
Brian?
enough.
Brian,
Yes.
really quick, it's not my place to interrupt, I realize, but somebody mentioned maybe it would be helpful for me to get a straw vote on with massaging of the materiality and the style. It would be helpful for me to have a straw vote on the number of members that might find themselves at some point in support of a metal roof for this project. At some point, not necessarily at this moment. I just want to get a feel.
Okay. Well, no, we'll do a star vote. Who can support a metal roof for this house? Can I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
No.
Board Member Ara Kalian,
No.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
No.
That straw poll fails.
Ayes fail.
It fails because it was even.
Oh.
3 yeses and 3 nos.
Interesting. Does that help you, Ms. Sherry?
Yeah, that's about as clear as mud, but thanks, Brian. I appreciate
Yeah, I
it.
know. And I invite you, Sherry, to be on one of these boards when it's your turn, okay?
I've been on it. I was on it 8 years. Thank you for your service.
All right, moving on. I think that's enough information, I think. I'm happy to hear any comments to anyone to entertain a motion.
Do we need to have any more discussion about the style or the relationship to hillside guidelines?
It has to be a clear and concise description. If, the style of the home, does it require more study, or are we satisfied with the current style of the home? I think is perhaps the way you want to say that.
I'm just asking whether we as a board need to have more conversation about that, or whether you want to take a star vote on the existing design, or I mean,
Okay.
I'm looking at the architectural design guidelines for our
Yes.
board. And it says, I'm reading from page 28C under architectural style. And it says, in most cases, architectural style is not restricted to the existing neighborhood style, but it should be compatible with the neighborhood and consistently designed in high quality for the entire exterior of the home and accessory structures on the site. A definite architectural style should be chosen for a project. For example, bungalow, mission, Victorian, modern, etc. Structures and additions should present harmonious character. The board considers architectural style differently in various neighborhoods.
Okay, so with that said, let's have a vote on whether this style of house supports that.
Okay. Or whether, another way to say that would be whether this design in front of us meets that criteria, perhaps.
Okay, perfect. So let's have a straw for it to see if the design of this house meets that criteria. Can I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Collas,
No.
Board Member Ara Kellyan,
No.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
No.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Okay, so this one I struggle with because I'm looking at the minutes in our first meeting when it said Spanish colonial or hybrid approach to farmhouse ranch hacienda style. And I do see a ranch house here, but I'm gonna say yes.
Thank you. The straw poll fails 3-3.
Jonathan, no giggling.
Well, we're doing 2 hours on this one house.
I know.
That's what we're here for.
No, I think it could be abbreviated. I really do.
Well, it is what it is. So, okay then. So I'm going to invite Ms. Collas to make a motion.
Okay. I'm going to make an attempt here, and I'm sure we'll be massaging this. So the board finds that they, Mr. Ziegler, if you'd like to make a motion, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I would prefer that the giggling stop. It's rude. Please. It's not an easy project. We're all struggling with it, and I'm doing my best as well as everybody else on the board. The board unanimously agrees that they can support the open yard modification for open yard space as a result of the hardships that this parcel has because it has 2 front yard setbacks. We also can support the interior yard setback for the trash enclosures because of the need to have it in proximity to the street and that it's consistent with its existing location.
Board Member Collas, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Yeah.
I apologize for the interruption.
Reasons.
I apologize for the interruption. Board Member Collas, if you could rephrase general support of the modification to whether the modification is or isn't aesthetically appropriate. As a reminder, general support of the mod is not single family design board purview, it's staff hearing officer purview.
So I'm going to give the same, and you can just put the word aesthetic in front of it, Mr. Hamilton. Item 3, the board is supportive of the front yard setback for the garage because it's aesthetically acceptable. In general, and based upon a straw vote, the board does not believe that the existing design meets the SFDRB criteria as outlined on page 28C of our guidelines, section 11, architectural style, that requires a specific architectural style be pursued.
Welcome.
And the board would recommend to the applicant that they revisit the recommendations that were provided or the direction that was given. I believe, when was that, Mr. Miller? On October something of this year?
October 11th.
On October 11th of 2021, in which the applicant was directed to consider a ranch-style hacienda hybrid approach to the project. One of the board members made a comment that the garage is discordant with the rest of the proposed residence due to the significant quantity of stone on the garage in comparison to the main residence itself. The board defines the neighborhood that shall be used as a reference for future reviews as the areas, the residences along Rincon Vista Road in its entirety, Los Alturas, west of Rincon Vista, and running down to and including Pueblo Vista Road. I'm going to make a comment. I think this is true of what most board members said, but please feel free to let me know if this is not true. Most board members are not in favor of the stark colors that are being proposed, and they do not appear to be consistent with hillside guidelines. A more neutral color palette would be preferred. And the applicant continues to be encouraged to find ways to reduce grading beyond that which has already been done. That's my motion.
Thank you, Leslie. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
All right, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas.
Yes.
Board Member Arakelian.
Yes.
Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler.
No.
And Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-1.
All right, thank you.
everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate yours.
Okay, do we need to take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's be back at 5:06.
Chair Miller, I'm recusing myself from the next item
Okay,
due to proximity of the project. I don't know, do you have a recommendation as to when I would return? Or I'll just turn my camera off, but I'll monitor things so that I know when to come back on.
yeah, I would have no idea, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, see you in a bit. This is 628 Mission Ridge Road. This is a new item for concept review. Proposal to construct a new 2,108 square foot split level single unit residence with a new 420 square attached two-car garage. The project includes a new 774 square foot special accessory dwelling unit with solar panels and 1 parking space, a sun deck with swimming pool and hot tub, new hardscape and landscape. The proposed total of 3,224 square feet of development on an 18,772 square foot lot is 73% of the maximum guideline floor to lot area ratio. No final appealable action will take place on this hearing. Neighborhood preservation findings, hillside design district and slope lot findings and grading findings will be required for project design approval. Welcome, Mr. Rochi.
It's Rochi. Yeah.
Yeah, if you could please present your project, that'd be great.
Sure. Good evening, board. I'm Jerry Rochi. This is on the title. You'll see 620 Mission Ridge. We just received the address from Public Works. I believe it was last week. So the address that you guys are hearing now is 628 Mission Ridge. It is a 18,772 square foot parcel located in the RS1 zone, high fire. The setbacks are 35 feet for the front, 15 for the side and the rear. We've gone through the process of calculating the slopes and we're eligible for a 5-foot reduction in setbacks. So this project utilizes the 5-foot reduction. We're down to a 30-foot front yard setback. And then there's also the...
Mr. Rochi, while you talk, let's look at the site plan while you're talking, because just so we kind of know what you're talking about.
Sure. That's... if you want to go one more, there you go. So do I have a mouse here so I can point, or is that not possible for me to point?
I know it's really clumsy. Yeah, you gotta, I think the person at our side does that.
Okay, well, you can see Mission Ridge Road on the right-hand side of the drawing there. And so there's 2 setback lines, one through the middle of the road and then one that's into the greenery. That's the actual front property line, is the one to the left. There you go. So the front setback, the 30-foot setback, is from the right-hand property line up to there's a number 7 call out there. That number 7 call out. Okay, so
Sorry.
just to get that's all right.
Are we looking at tell us what we're looking at before you continue, please.
Well, yeah, I'm running through this. Can we go back to the cover sheet, please? Okay, so the overall project is a 2,108 square foot main primary residence with an attached garage. You see that down in the lower left. And then there's a set of stairs which take us up to an upper project. And then we have a pool deck or a sun deck, as we referenced in the description. And then we have an ADU up above. Now, my understanding is the ADU is not eligible for comments, but it's still matching style and size constraints. The house, the white box in the front, is the neighbor's project. That's one of 2 visible houses from this project. And it shares a common driveway with that house, the white box house in front. So if you want to zoom back out to the main sheet. Let's see. So yeah, that's all I had for the cover sheet. You want to go next sheet, please? These are photos of the site, the general context of this property, the local context of the property. The starting.
Excuse me, I would like to go back. I'm with Chairman Miller, who made a comment. I know you want to present this in a certain way but I'm kind of lost. I still haven't.
Sure, I'm happy to accommodate.
I haven't seen.
Do you want to...
Okay, so
Brian, take this a little farther if you know what I'm talking about.
well, I think Mr. Motusha, I think I'm gonna let him finish. I kind of get where he's going from. I kind of know where he is, so.
I don't know which house is which.
Okay, you want to go back to the first page?
Well, yeah, if you would tell us,
Okay, so can you see I can see my mouse. So the house in the front here and the one in the back are okay, yeah. So the house in the back,
the project.
the house in the front is the one we're reviewing.
I'm
And this
looking at
White House.
looking at three different houses here. I don't know which one for which.
Okay, the front one on the bottom left is the house we're reviewing.
That's
That's
what
the
we're
2,000. That's the 2,108 square foot house with the attached garage. That's the house that's under review for this moment.
lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, so ignore everything else. Don't look at anything else.
Houses in the back.
Yeah, that's an ADU and we can't even comment on it. So
See, I'm
And then-
lost. I'm still lost. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm that ignorant, but I'm
no,
lost.
okay, sure. Who's in charge of highlighting? If they could just highlight the big house that we're reviewing, that would be great.
I don't see us. I don't see the cursor. I don't. Which one are we reviewing?
Board Member Motisha, it's the one on the lower left. We have Mr. Bolton behind the scenes controlling the plans.
Mr. Bolton, can he highlight that, just that house?
It's already zoomed in quite a great deal, so I
Okay,
don't think we can highlight it too much more.
Okay, Mr. Motisha, if you see there you go, the white car. This is the house. This is what we're reviewing. That's our purview.
I keep hearing about these stairways that are going up to. Okay, that's what we're reviewing right there. Okay, now continue. Sorry.
Certainly. Okay, so this house is a 2,108 square foot house with an attached 420 square foot garage. If we want to go to so Mr. Motisha, this house is a brand new site. Nothing's on it. There used to be a swimming pool, but that's been removed. And it shares a driveway with the neighbor's house at 620 Mission Ridge. So that white house in the original rendering was 620 Mission Ridge. If somebody would like to zoom out, then you can see the shared driveway. Then we can. Okay, so there's a shared driveway there, and that's kind of the context of where Mission Ridge Road is to the left, down below, 20 feet below this residence is Mission Ridge Road. To the left, you'll be looking at the mountains, beautiful Santa Barbara mountains. And if you were to go over the hill to the right, you would be looking at the ocean. But this site has no ocean views. We can move on to the next page. And now these are pictures looking from the site and to the site, just in the immediate context, okay? So there's two houses that look into this site. One is the immediate neighbor at 620 Mission Ridge. In the lower left or the lower right aerial photo, you'll see that. That's the house immediately to the left of the box, the orange box. That's 620 Mission Ridge. That's correct, right there. And then to the far right, in the lower corner, there's another house. It's a Hillcrest house, and that looks down on this side as well. But it's tucked away through many trees. Otherwise, this house is very, very well hidden from street view. It's 20 feet above the street, Mission Ridge Road. So I don't know if you want to look at any of the other pictures, we can do that. One of the site features that we're dealing with is two terraced flat spots for the project. There's a lower terrace where the main house is, and then an upper terrace where the pool and the ADU will go. So from the aerials, you can kind of see that. I would say let's move on to the next picture, or the next page. And from Mission Ridge Road, you can see the top stitched street silhouette that we put together. This is from Mission Ridge Road. And you see from the far right, 612 Mission Ridge, then 620 Mission Ridge, then the driveway, the shared driveway, and then our proposed house. And then on the far left is 1716 Hillcrest. And those are just silhouettes looking back. It's kind of idealized, but that's the best we could do with this. And then our context, the context of what we're presenting in terms of the house design, we put together some neighborhood context down below. So we believe there's, this is kind of it's at the edge of Riviera, but it's the Cielito kind of district. So we believe these are, appropriate context houses to look at for our design. Next page. This is kind of the overall survey. We've kind of looked at the site plan, but essentially, you can see the main road, the house next door, and then the two terraced building areas for our lot, and then the house behind and the house to the side. Next page. This is our site plan. The house on the right is the main house, the 2,100 square foot house with the garage. So you pull up the common driveway, you have a garage at the top, and then a parking space for the ADU, and then some terracing and decks down below, and then on the upper side you have the pool deck and the ADU to the left. Next slide. This is the floor plan for the main house. So we have the garage. So you pull into the garage and you can see the setback line just outside of the garage there. We're building up to the setback line on the north side and the south side, but the other setbacks are set back a little ways from the setback line. The entry is kind of right adjacent to the garage. And then you walk in, you have the living room, the kitchen, and the dining room, a master bedroom also to the lower right, and then two other small bedrooms sharing a Jack and Jill bathroom to the lower left. There's a split level house because the kind of the terrace of the site, we are running up against some pretty difficult topography in that lower left corner. So we decided to raise those two bedrooms 3 feet above the main house to be able to offset that terracing. And then the side walls, the back patio and the side walls and the stairs going above. Next page. Now this is the pool deck and the ADU. Attached to the ADU, there's a mechanical room, the pool toys closet, and an exterior bathroom, which is all contiguous within the same building. But it's outside of the 800 square foot allowable square footage of the ADU. And it matches in the similar style. It's all contiguous with the building. Next slide. This is the aesthetic. The elevations, looking at the kind of modern contemporary aesthetic that we feel is appropriate. It's low slope roofs with matte metal roof material, standing seam metal roof material, and then brake metal trim with black metal windows, wood siding, and integral color stucco, which would be a gray color. So the materials we put together for this were all intended to be to blend with the natural environment and not have a large presence amongst the trees, something that just kind of falls into the hillside. The glass that you see, there's a fair amount of glass in this elevation, but it's all north facing, so there won't be any glare from the sun coming off of it. Next elevation. These are the other sides, and you can see the terrace and the steps leading up to the different change of elevations of the house, trying to mitigate the change of elevation and work with the site and the topography. Next elevation. These are the ADU elevations. They're intended to show that they're matching the style in a similar way, so that the project is trying to harmonize with the context in itself. Next sheet. And these are the renderings that we put together, showing how the materials come together, the softness of the materials, the Corten, the plaster, the wood. There's a richness and a softness to it. It's not glaring. It's trying to just synthesize pretty well with the site. I don't see anything else really that I need to point out. In the interest of time, I think we'll just let you guys move on to the comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, as some of you may know, I'm a past member of this board. We are not trying to preserve the existing home. We are trying to preserve the existing house. So we believe these are, appropriate context houses to look at for the design.
that'll conclude my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Hamilton, do we get any public input?
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you are attending by webinar and would like to give oral public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. While we wait for hands to raise, I'll just check with Mr. Noska to see if we had, I'm sorry, Ms. Fennessy, rather, if we had any written correspondence.
Thank you. We did not receive any public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. I do see one hand raised by DS initials. So DS, I'm going to unmute you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And you'll have to click the microphone button in order to be heard. All right, I'm not seeing anything from DS. So just as a reminder, if you'd like to speak on this item, please click the raise hand icon. If you don't wish to speak, click the hand icon again to lower it. All right, not seeing any hands raised at this time. So Mr. Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you. Bringing it back to the board. So I'll go to Board Member Arakawa. Do you have any questions, please?
Sorry. Just a moment here. I do have a question.
Oh, before
So
you
I'm
start,
on.
hold on, Mr.
Yeah.
Make sure everyone knows you cannot make any comments about the ADU. So whatever you showed us, that was really appreciative to understand the matching, but we can't comment about the ADU. Go on, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Are there any existing trees that are planning to be modified or removed, particularly along the northeast elevation?
Is it okay? Should I answer now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, no trees that are planning to be removed. If you look at the survey, beautifully, there's two building areas that don't have trees in them. The trees are contained to the slope, and we don't have to alter any of the trees.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
All right. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
Just one. I know that it's early on, but have you thought about the stormwater as far as managing it?
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of stormwater management, I'm sure.
Okay.
I haven't brought civil in yet, but we will eventually.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please? They've got to be unmuted.
Sorry. Which one of the lots is 620? Is both those lots 620? Are both one of them 620, one 628?
Mr. Motisha, 620 is the White House on the upper. You're looking at a white there.
Yeah.
628 with 620 purchased both lots. They're developing 628. It's a brand new lot.
With the round white dot, whatever that is.
It's a that's a trampoline.
Of course.
And the house that you're proposing is going down about
Where the trampoline is.
where the trampoline is. And
Yes.
where's Mission Ridge is up here on the upper right-hand corner?
That's it right there. Yes.
Ridge. So the house you're proposing is going right where the trampoline is.
That's correct.
Okay, and tell me where the steps are to the ADU that you're proposing. Not that we have anything to say about it. I just want to know where it's going to be placed.
They will be on the south side of the lot. If If you want to go to the site plan, we can show you more clearly in the site plan.
Can you see the cursor, Joe?
Okay, now, okay, the lots are, you've turned them, 50, 60 degrees, so I'm not too sure. Big one, go back to the last one, the last site plan. That's it. Okay, now, the lot that you're concerned with is the one with trampoline on, and it's a rectangle with a smaller end at the lower left corner, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's, and the ADU is going down in this lower left corner down there, or the left half of the lot.
That's correct.
And where is the driveway that shares whatever you're trying to say it shares?
Would you mind zooming into that upper portion up there? There you go, right where your hand is. Would you mind zooming into that? So, Mr. Motisha, can you see it coming straight up between the two houses?
Driveway, yes. Maybe I'm blind, but I didn't see all those little lines that are now. Okay.
Did you get your questions answered?
No, not yet. Let me look at and the front elevation is looking from Mission Ridge Road.
No, that west elevation 01 is looking from the shared driveway.
Oh, okay. So Mission Ridge is there to the left.
Yes. Now in this scenario, I know the guidelines like the entry to be facing the road, but in this case, we just couldn't configure everything where you had that
Quite all right.
idealized.
Okay. Now I'll wait. I'll ask my questions later. You'll be back with us. Go ahead. I wanna watch.
All right.
Go ahead. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Mr. Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I do not really have any questions either, so we'll move it back to the board for comments. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I'm in general support of the current project as it is, pending additional details at a later time. I do like that it's single story, or let me alter that statement. I believe I'm in support of the single story in relation to the neighborhood. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. All right. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, the project appears, in my opinion, to be aesthetically pleasing and fitting within the guidelines of the Single Family Design Review Board, and I look forward to seeing more details.
All right, thank you. Board Member Rotisha, do you have any comments, please?
No, I'll wait. Thank you.
No comment. Okay. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments?
No, I think the project looks like it's fine. It doesn't have, it doesn't use more of the lot than it should. I forgot what the percentage term is, but it seemed within reason, so I'm with it. Thank you.
At 73%.
73, so that's meaningfully lower than it could be. So thank you.
That includes the ADU, by the way.
Oh, it does.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, so I sort of echo the board. I think the size, bulk, and scale is appropriate. The style is appropriate for the neighborhood. I really appreciate the way how it's designed. So it'll sort of, as it matures, it's kind of going to vanish into this landscape. So I think that's a really great concept. So they're here for design review only, for comments only. So would someone like to entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair, would it be possible, I know it hasn't been noticed for this, but is it possible to get project design approval or to go towards that? It doesn't seem like there's any negligent or there's no detracting comments.
Ted, what you say? They need more information, don't they?
Yes, Chair Miller and board members and Mr. Rochi, the project hasn't been noticed for project design approval, so unfortunately it would not be eligible for it today. So yeah, it would need to come back to a later hearing for that. But the board can state in their motion whether they believe the project design approval is supportable at the next hearing.
Board Member Klein, would you like to entertain a motion? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you do it so well.
Sure, I'll give it a go. I'd like to, so it's just here for comments, correct? And
Yes.
findings. So I'd like to make a motion that the project fits within the neighborhood and fits within the size, bulk, and scale of the neighborhood as far as being aesthetically pleasing, material-wise, architecturally, and then also no significant trees are being removed, and there's significant screening from the neighbors, which is respectful of, and also no public views are being impeded. So I feel I'd like to make the motion for positive comments today for this project.
All right, thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. May I have a roll call, please? And are they back for full board or consent?
I would say, yep. Ted?
I apologize, Ms. Klein and board members. Just to note that you could state that, you know, the project has continued to consent if you wanted to, but it would be good to specify either way, whether it's going back to full board or consent. And if you do think that the project is ready for PDA at the next hearing, then that will help the applicant along in the motion.
I do think that the project is ready for PDA at the next board meeting, but I do think it should go to the full board to review further detailing.
All right, thank you. So did I have a second? I think that was, do you accept the revised motion, Mr. Arkelian?
Could we ask for landscaping plans? Or not at this time?
Yes. Can I ask the applicant if they were planning on providing those? I believe so.
Yes, there will be a landscape plan, and eventually we'll get to all of the construction details. I'm a little confused, if I may interject. We were talking about coming back with detailing. Are we talking about a final approval detailing, or are we talking about more just sections and things that help you guys to understand the project further from a overall perspective?
Well, I think it's pretty spelled out on the application for project design approval. Isn't that correct, Mr. Hamilton? It says kind of what required in the drawings.
Yes, and there are separate requirements for final approval as well as project design approval, but Mr. Rochi, staff will work with you on that after the hearing too. And,
okay, thank you.
I also had a question. I mean, they could come back for project design approval and final, correct?
Yes, that could be at the same hearing.
With more detailing.
Okay.
That helps. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, great. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Board Member Arkelian.
Yes.
Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Board Member Motisha.
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler.
Yes.
And Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Hey,
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rochi?
Rochi, yes.
May I ask you a question? Could we go right back to those elevations right there?
Certainly.
One we were just looking at. We were just looking at I guess the west elevation.
I'm not controlling the system, so somebody else has to take it. So.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, we need to
item,
move on.
the item is closed, and if you want to
No, we
do
gotta
further
move on.
questions and comments, we can reopen it, but I suggest moving the meeting along since it is already 5:39.
Yes, let's move on, please. Item 3, please.
Board, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 650 Rockwood Road Drive. This is a new item for concept review only. Proposal to construct a new 3,492 square foot single-story, single-unit residence with a 438 square foot attached garage and 767 square foot detached accessory dwelling unit on a vacant lot. Proposed total of 4,697 square feet of development on a 26,968 square foot lot is 99% of the maximum lot guideline afforded to lot ratio. No final appealable action will take place at this hearing. Neighborhood preservation findings in Hillside Design District and sold lot findings will be required to be made for project design approval. Welcome, Mr. Sharkey, and I thought I saw someone else. Oh, there you are, Mr. Radke. If you could present your project, that'd be great. And hopefully you're not muted.
Sorry, I thought you guys had control of that. Chair Miller, members of the board, thank you very much for giving so much attention to these projects and for having us here. We have a wonderful, nice house in a wonderful, nice neighborhood for a wonderful, nice family who are with us. And, you know, you can see the title sheet, the cover sheet here. It's a very, very simple house on a fairly generous lot in the El Cielito neighborhood. This neighborhood was subdivided and occupied in the early 60s. And so it has a kind of a suburban / rural character to some extent. And we've had a couple of these today. I would like for the property owners and future residents to just ever so briefly introduce themselves and to mention a couple of their goals because they're very relevant to what is proposed today. And that would be Shauna, Kara, and Brooke Reeder.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sharkey. I am promoting those people now.
Can you hear us all right?
No.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Well, hello, everyone. Here, we'll
We'll get
enable
our camera
here.
on.
There we go. Wonderful. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for sticking it out to discuss our project. I'm Brooke Reeder, and my wife, Shauna, and our 5-year-old daughter, Kara, are so excited to be joining the Cielito neighborhood and joining Santa Barbara. We love the site. We love the neighborhood. It's such a calm, quiet area, and we find it so peaceful, and we're really looking forward to coming down there and putting this house into motion. It's really reminiscent for us of where I grew up in Grass Valley up in Northern California, and it's something that we're really, really excited for.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Shauna. This project, as Brooke mentioned, is very special to us. It's special to us in a number of ways. And one of those is it's actually many years in the making based off of some of our research and experiences that we've been through. So I do suffer from a rare autoimmune disorder, and we are building this home to first and foremost accommodate my disability. So in order to do that, you'll see some of our design elements are very specific and critical to what we need for our hopefully forever home. And so, you know, one of the most obvious elements that you'll see right off the bat is just an attempt to control moisture and mold. It's one of many factors going into the project, but it is by far the most critical. So you'll see very simple roof design with a pitched roof and minimal penetrations, no berming of the house or crawl space or anything uninsulated beneath the home. And special attention paid to site drainage. We've already had our preliminary with civil, and we're consulting with drainage experts to make sure we're keeping water as far away from any structural element as humanly possible. So I know that we're on limited time and it's late, so I'll turn it back over to our experts, but it is a pleasure to be here tonight with you.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much, Shauna. Brooke. Chair Miller, members of the board, if we go here to the cover sheet, page 1, you'll see that very simple form of the house. You'll also see the site plan. You could zoom in on that if that's possible. And here you'll see at the top of this plan, you'll see Rockwood Drive, which runs east-west. This El Cielito neighborhood is just to the north of Sheffield Reservoir Park, or it's not actually a park, it's called an open space. Rockwood Drive runs east-west. There's 650 Rockwood, which is the Reader's property. And then to the south at the bottom, that's actually the edge of the Sheffield open space. So there's a fence there. All of the properties along Rockwood Drive have a very, very similar site plan where they sort of interact with Rockwood Drive topographically from below. So it's sloping to the south like everything in Santa Barbara. And there's nice views filtered by oaks from the street into the site, and nice views filtered by oaks from the site into the open space. So then if we went to page 2, the survey, I think you can see a little bit more of that. Here you can just see that there are existing trees typically around the edge, some oak trees, most of which to be kept. Rockwood Drive running east-west and the park below. And you can see the neighbor footprints here. I think that the one on the left to the west actually goes closer to the street and closer to the open space. And you can see the one on the right also kind of similarly. And there's a band of development along that terrain as we go. From here, we could go to page 3, the photos. And if you started with that photo 2 in the upper right, you will see a view looking west along Rockwood. So the property in question to receive a house and home is on the left. And then if you went to the next photo, which is just to the left, you'll see that panoramic one is standing at the bottom of the site, looking up towards the street. So you can see there's a kind of a built-in shelter, view shelter between these properties due to trees on the left and right, trees actually along the street, and trees to below. So then if you go to the lower left, just below this one, you'll see looking to the south from the north of the site. I think really importantly, if you see that photo number 8 there, looking west, you're looking across the bottom of the site and you can see these trees. You can just barely see the fence to the open space there at the bottom. And you can see all these rocks, of course, which are very typical in the neighborhood. So it's sloping, but the overall average slope is 17%, which is normal for our neighborhood and quite handleable. Then if we go to, I think from there, if we look at number 7 and number 3, the bottom 2 photos, I think those are good indicators of the situation to help understand. Number 7 is looking to the east at the adjacent neighbor. And you can see the character of the neighborhood. This is very typical. It's, if you're trying to find a style, people might call this ranch, tract, or subdivision style because that style was very, very modest at that time. And updates and renovations from those tend to just focus on palette upgrade and so forth. And then if you look to the west on the right-hand side, there's a wooden fence, but you can see that there are houses there behind. Then if we went to page 13, which, and then just, we can kind of very quickly go through these photos. You can get a sense of the prevalent development in the neighborhood, which is in this subdivision, which is characterized by driveways, garage doors, and entries facing the street in this sort of rural suburban form, you know, suburban, but much nicer, wonderful. And you can see the mixed palette of the neighborhood standing seen here in plaster. Next, some sort of modern red tile with plaster. Next. All of this neighborhood has wonderful trees. This is sort of original equipment here with plywood garage doors and comp shingles. Next. Next. Next, eclectic. Next. It's a mix of 1- and 2-story houses. A lot of the houses are taking advantage of the terrain to have like a basement. Keep going, yeah. Next. Next. This is the neighbor directly adjacent to the west, and then followed by the gray house is the neighbor to the east. And I think that's pretty good. And then we could go to the site plan, which I believe is page 3. This is the landscape, yeah. That's the landscape plan, which also shows the site plan with a main residence, a driveway coming down terrain to get to the main residence and an ADU, terraces and pool on the southern downhill side. And again, ringed by trees. The palette that Sam can cover at the end right after me. I'll try to leave you a few seconds, Sam. And next.
Last but not least.
Yes, that's very critical, actually. I think this is an informative image. You can see again this driveway that comes down, main house and an ADU tucked onto the sides. The project does not seek any modifications or changes to any of the requirements or rules. I think we can go to the next. You can kind of page through this. The floor plan is a little unusual. If we just look at the floor plan briefly, I know it's not normally something that you care a lot about, but you can see that because of the needs of the family, we have sort of 2 entries, and the meandering complexity of the inside belies the simplicity of the outside form. And so kind of like this neighborhood and kind of like all of us as individuals, we might be modest on the outside, but we're rich and complex on the inside. So I think you can see bedrooms, kitchen, great room, kind of a normal floor plan that you guys would all be familiar with. Next. This roof plan is a health feature. It's really, really simple. A 5 and 12 standing seam, no hips, no valleys, long overhangs, good gutters, fireproof, weatherproof, mold-proof, rot-proof. It's very critical for the family. Next. These elevations, I do think that each individual space on the inside has a very carefully orchestrated set of views to things on the outside, whether they're smaller or larger parts of the yard, side yard, or front yard. And you can see the low eave on the front at the garage. The roof goes up and down, and it raises a little at the entry, and we're able to peel that roof back a little bit to just give a little bit of variation to the form, which would be seen from above, from the street, from slightly above. The south elevation below has the great room in the middle coming out onto terraces, which then terrace down to sort of recreation amenities, the pool and patios, and then the primary bedroom on the right and two bedrooms on the left. And this house also reflects it has an office, and people nowadays, we work from home. And that's kind of a pattern that's here to stay for many of us, whether we wanted it or not. That's where we are in society. Next. The palette of this, I forgot to say this, the palette could not be simpler. There are four main elements. It's an Akoya wood siding, which is basically treated to be fire and rot resistant in a kind of like this sort of earthy, light, earthy brown tone. The roof and fascias are dark brown bronze standing seam metal. Again, just to be sort of have that very, very protective finish. Windows, bronze anodized aluminum with typically cruciform divisions, and board form concrete at exposed patio edges, pool walls and so forth, as seen from the side. And then if we could go to next. I think from here, you can see those gable ends. You can see the section, very, very simple. This is vaulted at the great room. And then we should go to the landscape plan. And if you allowed Sam a few seconds to discuss the landscape palette, which is
yeah, thank you very much, Ken. So, as you saw in the pictures, this neighborhood really reflects some very beautiful oak trees. And in the site photos, you saw some natural sandstone boulders and many oak trees surrounding the boundary of the exterior, which really does give us some nice privacy on the west side and on the street side to the north, as well as the south towards the park. We do have some openness on the east side, which we'll be planting some shrubs and hedges and smaller things, but we do like the light coming in from that side. So we're going to keep the site quite open. And as said, we're going to be planting quite minimally and sustainably in the center part of the house area. We won't be planting foundation planting that's very dense. It'll be contemporary.
Sorry, Sam, don't mean to interrupt you, but I need to give you how much more time do you need? 5 minutes?
Oh, or less, Brian. I'll speed it up.
All
so
right,
I appreciate that. I just wanted to comment that our tree canopy is so great and substantial, but we are removing a few trees in the center of the site. You'll see some little X's on the southeast corner and over by the ADU. Those are oak trees. And we've been working with Duke McPherson to come up with a mitigation plan for some of those trees. And you'll see the lighter green are the replacement mitigation trees. We'll be planting 36-inch box and 24-inch box trees throughout that outside area, creating passive and active and natural settings for the family. There's some active little lawn areas in the back and also passive little areas under the shade of the trees that we're going to be capturing in as natural a way as possible. So I really think that this charming lot is what we're trying to enhance. It already has a magical feeling as the family appreciates some of the areas in the southwest and the privacy. So we're just going to be light with the touch and very respectful of this already beautiful lot. So I think that kind of summarizes everything for us. Quick enough for you, Brian?
Whatever you need. Sounds great. It's good to see you, Sam.
Thank you.
All right, moving it back, do we have any comments? Mr. Hamilton.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending my webinar and you'd like to give oral public comment on this project, please click the hand icon as shown on screen currently. And while we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written public correspondence?
Thank you. We received one public comment letter from Tate Christopher that was distributed to the board prior to this meeting.
All right, thank you. I do see a handful of people in the audience currently by webinar, but no hands raised. So Mr. Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you. Moving it back to the board for questions. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any questions, please?
Two quick questions. It looks like from what I can tell in terms of the wood siding, Mr. Radke, that the exterior is generally a neutral color palette on, you know, all around as well as the roof. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Earth tones throughout, this kind of mid brown horizontal wood siding.
Okay. And then the only other question I had was related to, it would be for Mr. Maphis. If we could go back to the landscape plan that we were last looking at in the presentation. So on the southern border that is common to the Sheffield open space, can you speak a little bit to what your intentions are there in terms of screening or lack thereof? I live in the general neighborhood, although I'm far enough afoot that I can weigh in on this project, and I do circumnavigate the old reservoir a lot. And there's another project adjacent to this one that's having a pool in the backyard that's being built right now. And I'm just wondering, sort of as all of that develops, what's going to happen with the screening along those common property lines, both for the public as well as for obviously the homeowners, because it might get a little awkward for everybody if people are outside sunning themselves at the pool and then people are watching them or they're watching other people. So I'm just interested to know what the intention
I can comment to that. There's an existing fence that will remain. We'll have an opening in that fence, a gate for access to the park, secure access. But you see the terracing effect of the decks coming off the back of the house. We also have two existing oak trees and a really nice pepper tree to the south middle part of the site that all remain. So all those dense canopies plus some mitigation trees in the southwest corner. And then we'll be planting some citrus and other, you know, trees that will give us privacy as well as shrubs along those boundaries. So the intent is that there is privacy, but we don't want to wall ourselves in. There's such a natural ambiance to this property that we want to keep that kind of random, more natural, rural feeling of what's so special about the property. So your point is good. We are going to create privacy for the family as they enjoy their backyard, but they also want to look out and be able to see the south and see the park and appreciate the kind of the setting that it is next to something that is very nice open space.
Okay, so on your plan here where you have sort of this loose cluster of it's just white, it's not rendered in any way. Is that sort of your intended areas for some maybe lower screening?
I say lower and kind of in the 6 foot, 7 foot range, and lower we'll drift up to it. We don't want a wall hedge. We want
I kind of imagine just like loose sort of ceanothus or something of that nature.
That's the idea, correct. Yeah.
Okay, great. Those were my only questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Arakawa, do you have any questions, please?
My question was around the screening as well. Thanks so much for the detailed response.
Welcome.
Thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
Yes. What's the total of new oaks?
We have a total of 7 new oaks. There's 4 36-inch box, and there's 2 24-inch box and 1 15-gallon. And these were all the recommendations from our arborist as to the size, replacing the ones that are there. We're also removing, to the neighbor's content as well, to the east, a large eucalyptus tree, because the fire hazard and the fuel management around this house is something that we're taking very seriously. That's why it's more minimal in the center and planted more densely for screening on the exterior. Nice open space in the middle, but I think the mitigation trees are of good size that there'll be an instant effective impact.
Great, thank you. My other question is, what's the height and material of the existing fence?
The material is an iron. The fence is well built and very solid, and it's in the, I'd say, at least 6 foot range. The existing fence along the parkway. And then on the west side, there's an existing wood solid fence on that neighbor's lot. So we don't intend to fence it solid. We intend to keep it open at this point. We may change that based on the pool and other requirements, but the pool will have a cover. So we may bring back more detail about fencing at our later date.
Great, thank you. Those are my only questions.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
No questions, thank you.
Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, I think I have a question. When you showed the pictures of the lot in the beginning of your presentation, I noticed there were a lot of beautiful boulders and rocks. And I'm wondering what your plan is for those. Are you putting a glass floor under the house so you can see them? What exactly is the plan going to be? I hope you're not getting rid of them.
No, they're quite nice. A lot of them are very natural. You know, they've not been scarred. We hope to intend to create some boulder walls and terracing walls and natural kind of warping of the grade to create some leveler spots. So we're gonna be utilizing them as much as possible because they are quite nice boulders, you're right.
Yeah, I'd hate to lose them. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just have the residence at 99 FAR, that does not include the ADU, is that correct?
No, actually, that's including the ADU.
Oh, it is.
If you take the ADU out, then we're at 83%.
So I guess my question is, were you required to include the ADU? Because my understanding was they didn't include, you didn't have to include it.
There's, yeah, we're all learning as we go, and the city, I think, is changing that rule depending on the neighborhood and the situation. So house by itself, 83%, house plus ADU, 99%.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I can clarify that a little bit. So in the coastal zone in Title 28, ADUs are not included in the floor area calculation, or floor to lot area ratio calculation, I should say. In Title 30, which is where this project is located, it's the inland zone. ADUs are counted toward the FAR calculation. So it's a difference between coastal and inland.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. All right. Well, good to know. All right, moving back to the board for comments. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
I find this to be a very refreshing project.
That's totally against the guidelines.
I'm sorry, that's just my own personal opinion, guidelines aside. I appreciate the fact that this has been designed with the constraints of the site in mind, rather than trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. I mean, we're not being asked for modifications here. We're not being asked for something that's out of context with the neighborhood. The color palette is sensitive. It's in keeping with sort of the bucolic nature of the neighborhood. It's sensitive to the existing trees on site for the most part. I agree with Mr. Ziegler's comments about the boulders and would love to see some of those pulled out of the ground and kept whole, so to speak, and maybe a place found for them in terms of integrating them in the landscape. I'm very supportive of the project. I think it meets all of our guidelines. I'm glad we got a clarification on the FARs. And I can support the higher FAR at 99% if we're including the ADU and given the size of the parcel. I would like to see what happens with the landscaping in more detail as the project progresses, as well as the intended paving or the nature of the paving for the driveway. But in general, I find the project to be very restrained and simple and humble in its presentation, and I think it'll be a rock star when you walk in the front door. So I'm totally in support.
Okay, great. Board Member Arakalian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I'm in support of the quality architectural materials, the siding, and I am in support of the earth tone bronze color palette and how it blends with the surrounding natural features. In particular, I am in support of the standing seam metal roof contingent upon that particular color. And also I'm in support of the permeable driveway and the architectural style, and, you know, keeping it, you know, similar to echoing Vice Chair Colossus' comments. You know, it seems like a very refreshing, calm project in, you know, among the trees, single story. With all of these elements that I mentioned, I believe they're all aesthetically appropriate and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. I would like the details of the existing fencing that are to remain. Would like to see what they are. Some more details. And some more details on what the permeable driveway is going to be, whether pavers or gravel or whatnot, in terms of appropriate stormwater runoff. I am in support of the placement of the structure. And I initially was not supportive of the garage door. I'm still a little bit on the fence with the all glass or the glass panels, but I would like input from other board members on that. And those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I think that the earth tones work well with the neighborhood and the site location as well. The new and existing tree canopies provide significant screening of the project for the public and the neighborhood, and as well as the mitigation trees are acceptable. And I appreciate the client working with an arborist so thoughtfully. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I'm in total support of the project. I think somebody said it was very soft. Yes, it's refreshing. I think somebody said that too. A project that is not just pushed out of our to its limits. This is a very nice project, and it meets our guidelines 100%. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
No, I'm agreeing with people. It seems like a very simple ranch home. I think it's a ranch home. It's not a Hispanic home for sure, but I really like it. And I'd just like to see what they do with those boulders. I think there's great potential there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My comments, I don't know if we're talking about a house or a mouth lozenge. But yeah, I echo the comments. And Mr. Radke, I just have to say, you have the most gentle, softest voice. If you ever wanted to play Mr. Rogers or a character like that, you'd fit perfectly. Very comforting to hear you talk.
I'm not quitting my day job yet.
Second life, he'll be a movie star.
But I basically echo what everyone else said on the board too. So with that being said, who would like to entertain a motion? Like I said, they're here, it's a concept review, so they're only here for comments only. And when you do make your motion, make sure you clarify whether they come back to the full board or consent.
Are we actually to make a motion on this, Mr. Miller, or is staff just looking to memorialize the comments that we've already made?
It's just basic comments of whether we approve the project or not, if there's any basic comments, and clarify whether they should return to the full board or consent for final design approval or preliminary design approval.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, this is here for the formal concept review. So your role would be to make a motion to continue it. And Mr. Chair, you already stated basically what I would say about what to continue it to, whether it's consent or full board. And then if you want to include whether the project is ready for PDA at the next hearing, you may.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that the project be indefinitely continued back to the full board with positive comments. In general, the board appreciates the restraint and simplicity of the project, as well as the neutral color palette and sensitivity to the existing topography and landscape that exists on the parcel. We would ask that when the applicant returns, they come back with additional information in regards to the screening at the south property line and in general, the fencing around the property. We would also like to see additional information on the proposed paving for the driveway and any other hardscaping on the project. We anticipate that the project will be ready for project design approval and or final approval, depending upon the level of detailing brought before us. And appreciate the general sensitivity of the design. It's my motion.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, may I have a roll call, please?
Oops, I'd like to amend that. There is
Okay.
one comment. I would like to include Mr. Arakilian's comment in regards to the garage door. So the board would appreciate if the applicant would consider a revision to the nature of the garage door to reduce the glazing since the garage door faces the street.
Okay, does the seconder approve that revision?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
I
Yes.
have a comment.
Okay, quickly, please.
I'm fine with this going to consent if instead of full board.
Well, I think the motion's already been made, so does the maker of the
Yeah,
motion agree?
I'd like it to come back to full board. I think there's plenty of development that we'd still want to see some details at the full board.
Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll now start roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Ara Kellyan,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, we'll see you when you come back.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, to our final item, 1726 Franceschi Road. This is a continued item for project design approval. The proposal for a 671 square foot addition to the first floor and a new 701 square foot second floor of a 2,770 square foot single unit residence with a 512 square foot two-car garage. Project design approval is requested. Project requires neighborhood preservation findings. Project was last reviewed August 16th, 2021. Ms. Kalas, did we get any minutes to read into the minutes, please?
Okay, so at the last meeting for this item, the motion was to continue indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. The board is in support of the conceptual design. The applicant shall provide a site plan that includes a complete survey of the trees within the vicinity of the proposed construction, including their related drip lines. The applicant shall reduce the height of the second story addition. The applicant shall consider the relationship of the second story addition to the garage door opening on the south elevation. The applicant shall consider trying to find where the first floor roof runs through or is mirrored first and second floor of the addition. The applicant shall conduct a floor to lot area ratio study of properties served by the cul-de-sac. The motion was made by myself, seconded by Mr. Motisha, and it carried 5-0. Mr. Ziegler was absent at that hearing.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hamilton, did you have something you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, just wanted to note that this is not the last item. There is one more item after this, just in terms of, for timing's sake. Also, I wanted to just clarify for the board that this project does not require hillside design and slope lot findings because it does not meet the 15% slope threshold. The slope is around 11%. So if you were wondering why hillside findings are not required, that's why. All right, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cottrell. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cottrell, if you could go over, specifically go through the minutes of how you addressed them, especially item number 5. That one's really interesting.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you everyone for your stamina tonight. I'll try to take us through as quickly as possible. Let's see. Why don't we go to page 2, just the photos. I just wanted to point out the oaks. So the second row on the left side, there's a photo. You can see some oaks to the right of the garage there. Those were the oaks in question. This project is basically over this space right there. So on the next page, page 3, you can see the drip lines of those oaks. On the right side there, you see those black dots, and then there's a dashed drip line that is completely out of, this is existing. Next page shows our proposed, where we also have this shown, but the oak drip line is completely out of our project area. Thank you, that's perfect. Okay, so that was one comment. Page 5, yeah, let's flip through this one, next page. Another comment was the roof line. We made no changes to the plan. Board Member Kloss was asking if there's a way we can go to the next page, page 8, where we can extend the second story roof line to mimic or evoke some relation with the existing east-west main roof. And so you can see on the right side of the second story, we've added, it's a little piece of California roof, but on the elevation, you get to see the second story addition sort of relate a little bit more to the first story. And you can see that on page 11, you can see this elevation. Okay, the upper right elevation there, that's just that our addition roof carrying through there. So you get this, yeah, thank you, that's perfect. This a little bit more of a relation with that lower roof. There's a large overhang on the lower roof, and the second story obviously doesn't have the same overhangs, but that's the relation there. There was a request to study bringing down our plate height, and we brought that down 6 inches. So they got an 8.6 plate on the second story. It's a 8.0 plate on the first, which is existing already. And then there was the study of the FAR. Timmy, would you mind pulling up that FAR study? It's a separate PDF. We ended up looking at the 20 closest, but I'll show you the cul-de-sac as well. Okay, so obviously we're if you go back to the map, yeah, we're 1726 right in the middle there. And then we've numbered the lots around. And if you just take a look at, and just keep in your head that 1, 7, 4, and 8, they are almost all the way around the parcel in question. If you go to the next page, you can see the 20 FARs there. And aside from 14, those 7, 1, 4, and 8 are the top 4. So, you know, we're certainly within the context of this zone. This project would come in number 5 there, and within the zone, it's right there. So, you know, we'd be at 95 FAR, and there are four larger projects right nearby. If you want to flip back to that map just to see that again. But those are the comments that we addressed, and then I'll just turn it over for questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hamilton, if you have any public input.
Thank you, Chair Miller. If you're attending by webinar and would like to give oral public comment, please click the hand icon as shown on screen. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
All right, thank you. I see 3 members of the public attending by webinar, but no hands raised currently. So, Mr. Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you. Bringing it back to the board for questions. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any questions, please?
Mr. Hamilton's beginning to figure me out because he went right to the elevation sheet. So I like it. I was just taking a look. I was trying to do, okay, there's the elevation I was looking for. It's the east elevation. So that's the small California section that you placed, Mr. Cottrell, in an attempt to sort of elongate that upper portion, right?
Exactly. And just for reference, this is like the side yard elevation. So that those 3 doors, those are storage doors. This is not a high use elevation side of the house.
Okay, I'm looking at the upper portion of it actually. Can we take a look at the rear elevation again? I guess that would be the north elevation. I think, okay, I'm getting into comments. That's the only question I had. I'm good to go until comments. Thank you.
All right, Board Member R. Kelly, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Okay, I have no questions either, so I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
No, I appreciate, Mr. Cottrell, I appreciate you addressing our comments succinctly and, addressing them both in visual form and succinctly in terms of your presentation. In terms of this little California roof condition that you've created here, I think it does improve things. I'm looking at the extension of most of the rake conditions or the gable end conditions. Most of them look like they extend longer. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to extend that California condition basically to the end of the eave, and then it would kind of tuck under itself, if you can follow me, so that shed roof that sheds towards the north, if that eave line would kind of continue through onto the west. I think that would really kind of finish off the effort that you've attempted to make here. That's really my only comment.
Okay, Board Member R. Kelly, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I am appreciative of the applicant's succinct presentation and I appreciate the reduced building height per the motion. I believe the SAR is acceptable based on the applicant's study and the fact that the placement of the house is hardly visible from public view, but I appreciate the additional details. Those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
No comments.
Board Member Motisha, do you have any comments, please? You're muted, sorry.
I like what you did with the little gable in the second story roof there. It really, really gives some, should I say style? It gives a little change to that size, bulk, and scale of that second floor, which would look really boxy without the little gable. Overall, I like the project. Yes, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments, please?
No comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no comments either. I support, I think you did a great job. And I think, on a follow-up to what Mr. Motisha said, I think that little top cable thing, that personality. Right, all right. So who would like to draft a motion for this project, please?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry for the interruption again. I just wanted to confirm, I think we had at least one absence from the last meeting, so just, I think it was Mr. Ziegler. So Mr. Ziegler, just to confirm, did you review the video and plans
No,
from the last?
I didn't know why I was absent at the last meeting, but I did not review the video. I'm sorry.
Okay, if you would just abstain from voting
Okay.
then, please.
Okay.
All right, that's all I got. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Someone like to make a motion? I don't have the,
Anybody?
oh. Can we go back to the, I don't have the agenda on it. Is no one not gonna make a motion? Come on.
I was hoping somebody else would. I was gonna try to encourage Ohan or Katie.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for project design approval to return to consent for final with the following findings. That the project is consistent in appearance with the neighborhood and is compatible in size, bulk, and scale. That quality architectural materials are being used. No significant trees are being removed. The public health, safety, and welfare are protected, and the good neighbor guidelines are followed, and no public views are being impacted.
Okay, great. Thank you, mate. Do I have a second, please?
I'll second that.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member Ara Kellian,
Yes.
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha, Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Congratulations, Mr. Cottrell. You have a 10-day appeal period for this project.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
All right, good night. Okay, moving on, item 5, 140 Loma Media Road. This is a new item for project design approval. Proposal of a 414 square foot addition and approximately 5 foot 5 inch increase, 5.5 inch increase in building height, new roof, covered patio, and interior remodel. The as-built conversion of an existing 380 square foot two-car carport to a 380 square foot two-car garage is also proposed as part of the project. The proposed 1,810 square foot of development on a 12,000 square foot lot is 45% of the maximum floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval is requested. Neighborhood preservation findings and hillside design district and slope lot findings are required. Welcome, Mr. Minot. If you'd like to go through your project.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Mr. Minot, just as a quick question to Mr. Hamilton, just curious why this is coming before the board.
Mr. Chair, I will look into what the design review trigger was. I'm not clear off the top of my head, but I'll look into it and get back to you.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Minot, if you'd like to go through your project, that'd be great.
Yeah, that would be fine. On the cover sheet here, first of all, it's my personal residence with my wife. It's a small two-bedroom, one-bath home on Loma Media Road. And it enjoys the overlooking views of Santa Barbara, and it's kind of tucked up on the knoll of a slope. And it originally started its life as the guest house to the house above us. The lot is about, is it 12,000 square feet? And currently it's a 1,200 gross square foot house, and we're adding 414 square feet. And we're converting the carport that's existing to a garage. So it comes out to about 1,800 square feet once you add the garage and the addition, and it's about 45% of the FAR. On the right-hand side, I don't know if you can see the pictures there in front of you, they're kind of small, but the A, B, C, and D are kind of the views from our house looking at our neighbors. So to the north, we look at embankment A. B, we look kind of at the hedge towards our neighbors that way. C is our view out towards the city, and D is our neighbor to the west. And recently we replaced that little side wall between us and the neighbor and added the fence. And so that's a recent addition that we did as a joint project between ourselves and our neighbor. If you look in the center section, F, E, G, H, and I kind of show what the house looks like, what our neighborhood looks like as we look out around our house. So the house is below us. We really only see the roofs. Above us is that F is the house above us, so I'm on the street above. Then E is the neighbor to the north, and G is the neighbor to the east. And then 4 drawings there are the 4 pictures, J, K, L, and M. It's our little bungalow there. It's actually made out of concrete block. You can see the top picture is our carport. The next picture down, picture K, is our little back patio. L is kind of the east side, looks like it needs a paint job. And then M is the view, the elevation of the house that faces towards the city of Santa Barbara. And it has a little patio there and a small lawn. Next page, please. So this is all of the pictures of the neighborhood context. If you look right in the center, you can see Loma Media is one of those streets that is you're really only on the street if you live there. So you can see the highlighted street there. You would go up that and you go on to the top. And it could be a shortcut between Los Alturas and APS, but the only cars that really drive up and down our street are the residents that live on the street. And then if you zoom back out a little bit, you can see the character of the neighborhood, which is pretty eclectic. This neighborhood, relative to many parts of the Riviera, was built at a time when when all of the utilities were hidden underground. So there are no electrical lines to be in your view or any utilities. I think it was a street that was done a little bit later than the early streets on. So I'd say it was in the 40s or 50s. In fact, our house was built in 1949. Next page. Here's the existing survey on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side is the existing house that's shown in the light gray, and then the dark gray to the north and south are the addition, the 414 square feet, and then the area in the same shade of dark gray is a cover that goes over the existing patio. It's like a little outdoor terrace. The landscaping and the driveway and all of that remains the same. We do have some nice trees on the site. In the lower left-hand corner is an existing sapote tree. Mismarked it as a cherimoya tree, but it's actually a sapote tree. There's an existing palm down along the road. Up against the house on the right-hand side is an avocado tree. We grew a large strawberry tree, and then we have some citrus trees that are on the right-hand side, left-hand side of the house. Next page, please. The upper floor plan is the existing house. It's 2 bedroom, 1 bath. And we're essentially keeping the existing footprint and the existing openings, which, as you can see, they're rendered in CMU. And then we show the two additions. Up at the top is again, in our backyard, and then in the front. And so if you look at the proposed plan, you can see that we have the white shaded area is really just a remodel of the interior of the house. So we have 2 bedrooms now, and a master bath and closet and kitchen to the north. That's the addition towards the back. And then the addition towards the front, we've added a proper front door and just expanded bedroom number 2 a little bit and rearranged the bathrooms. And then you can see the existing porch that's on the lowest end of the sheet. There, we're going to have a little outdoor fireplace. We currently have a fireplace in the living room, but we're going to move that to the outside. So something to draw us outdoors. Next page, please. You can see the existing elevation versus the new elevation. On the upper right-hand corner is the south elevation. That's the one that faces the view. You can see the existing door. Yeah, the patio door, and we've put the patio door and the window on the right-hand side, basically going the exact same places that they were before. We've added the outdoor covered loggia. And then on the right-hand side, we've extended that out a bit and added a small front entry element and a little area there so that the bedroom is on the left-hand side. And then we've raised the roof about 5.5 feet. If you look at the elevation, the east elevation, you can see the red dashed line show how we've raised the elevation of the roof. So in essence, we have a little great room in the center and then the 2 bedrooms on either side. If we look at the elevations down the sheet, there we go. So on the back side, the north elevation, we've just expanded the kitchen and the master bath towards us about 8 feet in the back patio area. And then on the left-hand side, on the west elevation, we put a garage door on, so now we can enjoy an actual garage. And we changed the roof line a little bit there so that the bathroom and the closet are on that smaller kind of wood addition on that side of the house. We see this as kind of a mixture of board and bat siding and plaster, and it's a modest house that will have a concrete shake roof on. We think the color should be like a timid white or an off-white in kind of the Monterey colonial style. And we thought that the doors and windows would be the traditional Santa Barbara blue, and the eaves would be a stained eave. It'd be like an Oxford kind of a darker stained eave. Next page, please. These are some of our details on our concrete roof. And then the last page is our window details, window and door details. That concludes my presentation.
Mr. Minot, I missed those days when you could actually sit and look at real paper plans. Oh.
Not over.
Yeah. Mr. Hamilton, do we get any public input?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do have an answer for you also on the topic of the trigger for why this is before you. So the property is located in the Hillside Design District and the slope is 47%, so that exceeds the 20% threshold in SBMC 22.69. And all right, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. And by the way, that means any exterior alterations on those properties need single-family design review board. Okay. Okay, so moving on to public comment. If you are attending by webinar and would like to give oral public comment, please hit the hand icon as shown on screen. And you'll be given 2 minutes to speak. Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence?
Thank you. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
Okay, thank you. I see a couple members of the public attending by webinar, but still no hands raised. So Mr. Chair, back to you. Thanks.
All right, bring it back to the board for questions. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any questions, please?
Yes, if Mr. Hamilton could zoom in on the south elevations, please.
And that's Mr. Bolton controlling the plan. Just want to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bolton. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bolton. I'm interested to know what is driving the taller window element on the left-hand side of the south elevation. Mr. Minot, I don't know if you're speaking. If you are, I can't hear you.
Yeah, that elevation has a bedroom below, and then there's a mechanical attic above. We raised the roof, and we just thought it would be a nice, simple form to have that elevation go across and line up with the front elevation. This is, you know, there's a little design competition done back in the 1920s called small houses.
Mm-hmm.
Fit in the small houses kind of category of modest design.
I think I have a copy of that. If it's the one we're talking about from Sullivan and Goss years ago, it's in a little hand-bound laminated book. Yes, exactly. Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Kelly, do you have any questions, please?
I do have one question in regard to the concrete tile roof. Just want to hear the applicant's reason behind using that material.
Well, it looks like shape. It looks like wood shape, which is part of the Monterey colonial style, but it's not in concrete. It's actually it's made by Boral, and it's quite a handsome tile. We use it up at Sandy Cedar Ranch. It's quite durable and handsome.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any questions, please?
Did you have a materials board that has pictures of all the colors and materials?
I don't have one today, but I can certainly make one at the next round.
Thanks. That's my only question.
All right, thank you. Board Member Motisha, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
All right, Board Member Ziegler, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, and I have none either, so I'll move it to comments. Vice Chair Kalas, do you have any comments, please?
I really like what you've done with the front entry element. I think it helps the house. I like the idea of sort of the eclectic mix of exterior materials. I don't think I'm sold on the double stacked window element. While I appreciate the desire to try to introduce something eclectic and interesting to the project, I think it competes too much with the front entry element. And part of me just wants to see the roof line run through and be very simple, and then maybe do something to reinforce the entry element a little bit more. Maybe a tiled architrave, or maybe a chamfered architrave around the door, or maybe turn the chimney cap so that you read that from the front and forego the double vaulted window. Other than that, I think the project's a good one. It's simple. I have no strong feelings, and am generally in support.
Okay. Board Member Arkelian, do you have any comments, please?
I do. I appreciate the applicant's well-organized presentation and the ample photos of the surrounding neighborhood. I did drive by this property, and most of the neighborhood is 2-story some one-story, and I can be in support of the project and possibly take this to possibly ready for project design approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Klein, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, I think the project is fits within the scenic character of the neighborhood and is an improvement. That's my only comment.
All right, thank you. Board Member Otisha, do you have any comments?
Yes, I have, I don't have a problem with the entry and the double window next to it. I guess I'm the first one that said that's art is architecture, and it's, Kenneth, it's your own house, and I hope I for one will support your design here and your artistry. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Board Member Ziegler, do you have any comments?
I agree with what Mr. Motisha just said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manoa, I forgot to ask you, exterior lighting for the front door, what were you thinking about locating it?
You haven't really thought about that. I guess it'd just be a wall sconce next to the front door itself, nice decorative light.
Yeah. Well, my comments are, yeah, I'd like to,
Put a
funny
wall
your
sconce.
came before, I'd like to see your light fixtures and also how the gutters and your downspouts work if you're going to use those. Those are my only comments. With that being said, would someone like to entertain a motion? They're here for project design approval, I believe. They can, if you want to grant them design approval or come back for comments.
I can make a motion.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion that we give the project design approval, and that the project is to return to the consent board for final approval, and the level of detail is commensurate for a final review. Would like to include the following comments from the board. The board is generally in support of the architectural materials. There are comments about the double window along the south elevation, but the board is generally in support of it. So the hillside design findings, the development, including the proposed structure and grading, is appropriate to the site and is designed to avoid visible scarring and does not significantly modify the natural topography of the site or the natural appearance of any ridgeline or hillside. The development, this proposed project maintains a scale and form that blends with the hillside by minimizing the visual appearance of the structure and the overall height of the structure. And then for the neighborhood preservation findings, the proposed development is consistent with the scenic character of the city and will enhance the appearance of the neighborhood. The proposed development is compatible with the neighborhood, and its size, bulk, and scale is appropriate to the site and the neighborhood. The proposed building is designed with quality architectural details, including the roof. The proposed materials and colors maintain the natural appearance of the ridgeline or hillside. And the proposed project does not include the removal or significantly impact any designated specimen trees, historic trees, or landmark trees. The public health, safety, and welfare are appropriately protected and preserved. The project generally complies with the Good Neighbors guidelines regarding privacy, landscaping, noise, and lighting. The development, including proposed structures and grading, preserves significant public scenic views of and from the hillside.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Would the maker of the motion like to include in it for the board comment to study the double window layout on the, I don't know, front elevation, I'm not sure it was, and possible detailing around the front door arch and include the exterior lighting and gutter downspouts?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
that's fine.
All right, may I have a roll call, please?
I think the seconder needs to accept that, Mr. Miller.
Oh, yes.
I'll accept it. Yep.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. All right, may I have a roll call, please?
Thank you, and I'll start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Board Member R. Kellyan,
Yes,
Board Member Klein,
Yes.
Board Member Motisha,
Yes.
Board Member Ziegler,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Congratulations, Arcadium. All right, and there's a 10-day appeal process for this project.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the single family design board for tonight. Good night, you guys.
Good night.
Everyone.